it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Welcome back to Criminality, or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. We are covering the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her retrial, and we are on day number 23. We left off yesterday with Dr. Welchure on the stand on cross, but at the end of yesterday, they were doing voir dire to find out if Alessi was going to be able to discuss with him some of the things for Trooper Paul and Dr. Irini Scortibella. I never say her name right.
Irini Scortibello.
Scortibello.
Better than how he pronounces it.
Because they ran out of time, they have decided that they were going to be able to do the oral arguments to the judge this morning. So when we start off, that is where we will be starting. And with me today is the lovely Sleuthie Goosie.
And I have something to bungle your brain a little bit first thing in the morning.
Oh, shit. Let's do it.
So do you remember the ME in either trial saying anything about John's heart, like specifically his artery, like his coronary artery? I don't know that I remember her saying.
I don't remember that. But I'm still very sleepy, so my memory isn't going to be what it should be at all. So yeah, I'm going to say no, because as of right now, I do not remember that.
When I saw this particular tweet that I got tagged in, I was like, I don't even remember her saying that. Anyway, it's a screenshot of yesterday when Welchure's slide was up there and they zoomed in, remember? And they were like, isn't this Dr. Scortibello's report? And he had like highlighted a thing about the skull fractures. Mm-hmm. Well, if you look down further in Roman numeral number 3, it said, okay, have you ever heard of a widowmaker heart attack? Basically, like when they say that, a lot of times they're referring to like people, like younger men, like 45-year-old men that just suddenly randomly out of nowhere are healthy, but then have a heart attack and die.
Correct.
So they call that the widowmaker because the specific artery that gets clogged is what provides like 50% of the blood to your body. So if it's clogged, it's really a massive stop to how much blood is getting sent through your body.
Okay.
So in the final diagnoses, obviously we have the one, which is blunt impact injuries of the head and extremities. And then 2 is hypothermia. The third one is atherosclerotic and hypertensive cardiovascular disease. And she puts in there that the left anterior descending coronary artery has 85% stenosis.
85?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've definitely never heard this. No, I don't remember anything about that. Okay, so, but I mean, if he'd had a heart attack, they would be able to tell that from his heart that he actually had the heart attack.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that I'm not understanding not hearing this before, because she listed it as one of her final diagnoses. Okay. So it's right there under hypothermia. Right. So It's not like it's just oh, I just noticed this when I was looking at his heart or whatever. Like, she put that in as a final diagnosis. So do you have any thoughts on that?
The only thing I can think is that if he'd had an actual heart attack, the heart, they would be able to tell that from the heart.
See, and my thing is I don't know how, like, dying would affect that. I don't know all the things that happened to him after that, and like being in the cold and the hypothermia. Like, I don't know how all that stuff might affect that.
Yeah.
Like, maybe it would cause that. I don't know.
I'm definitely not a medical doctor by any means. So I only know that just based on my parents and how the doctors later could tell that they'd had heart attacks at one point or another.
I know. But now it's annoying me because now I've seen it with my eyes.
As opposed to seeing it with your ears.
Yeah. So I'm like, well, she didn't let me hear it with my ears. She's never, I don't remember her saying a thing about it. So I guess just my question is like, did he have that before?
Didn't they talk about like something? There was something else about his health. We talked about it when it came to drinking. It was like,
yeah, he takes like Prilosec for basic, I mean, like ulcers, acid, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what it was. I knew there was something else when it came to his health. Yeah, I'm thinking that, yeah, he probably really needed to get checked out at the doctor.
Yeah, like, I just wonder if that, because they said he wasn't on any medicines, but then he said, "Are you looking at the list of medicines?" And I'm like, thought he was on no medicines, but also, like, I know if I were to go to the emergency room right now, I would bet my last dollar that there's medicines listed in my chart that I haven't taken in years. No matter how many times I've told them I don't take them.
Always.
Anymore.
I have a prenatal vitamin that they refuse to take off.
It's
and I'm like, I haven't had a kid in 8 years. Like, come on, seriously? Like, I'm not on any fucking prenatal vitamins. Like, just remove it. And like, they even give you the little thing at the beginning, and you mark it off. You know,
yeah,
like, no longer taking this.
And they don't. They'll be like,
why am I doing that? Why do you make me waste my time every time if you're not going to do anything with this information?
Right,
idiot.
Well, I mean, they'll literally be standing there and they're like, okay, oh, let me remove it. And then like, you got to sit there and wait. And they're like, removing it. It's like, okay, so then when I come back again, why is it still there? Did you or did you not remove it? I don't understand.
Why'd you make me sit here and cross it off if you're just going to leave it there anyway?
They'll bring up like antibiotics that I took 6 years ago. And I'm like, you think I'm still fucking taking antibiotics? Why would that not automatically go away?
Would there be a fucking red flag? Where the hell did I get the antibiotics? When you only gave me a 5-day subscription or a prescription or a subscription, either one.
Shouldn't you find this a little suspicious?
Yeah. Where the hell am I getting these antibiotics? It's your street antibiotics.
Yeah, but and it'll always be too like Percocet, stuff like that. And they're like, "Are you still taking Percocet?" And you're like, "What, bro? I had surgery like 15 years ago. I haven't taken any since then." Like, what do you mean? You can look and see where I've filled these things. If you look and I ain't filled it in 6 years, you could probably take it off. It's probably safe to do so.
It's probably safe to assume. But Evans is making fun of my med subscription. But let me just tell you right now, if I was on the stand and Brennan was questioning me, that's what he'd call it.
Oh, 100%. 100%. You gave me 6 Percocet. I'm not cutting them. Like, what?
Oh, jeez.
All right. So,
let's get this party started. I'm going to go pack up lunches.
Okay.
So, yeah, while you're pulling it up. So, yesterday I was trying to put together a video, just a quick video, to show Dr. Welchure is a fucking liar. So I have it. It's not completely edited. But I'll try to finish it later today, or tonight. I don't know if I will, but I'll show you guys at least tell you guys what it was about. Because I went back and where he says that the car, hits John at 24 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
and where he says that the total mileage forward and backward is 87.
Oh, I know, Teresa. I lost my mind about this yesterday.
I know. So I went back and clipped it so I could compare it to
Yeah, he definitely said that.
yesterday's.
Yep.
So I have both. So like I said, I'll show you guys or tell you or whatever. Maybe I'll just try to finish it later. The other thing is we are on a half a day today, or as Bev says, a half day. It's a half day. It's not a half of day. It's a half day. And so I did set up a second live just for a tentative time. I don't know how long this is going to go or how long we're going to take to talk shit about Welchure because he's a prick. But I did set it up for the mendacity of the grab ass duo.
Do you have it set up where it'll portal us from here to there?
Not yet. I don't. I can do that.
Yeah.
I kind of just threw it in the afternoon just because I didn't know how long we were going to be here.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know either. You would think that if she's in a rush to get if she wants him to be done and he's the last person and you want him to be done and you want the state to be done, like maybe you'll instruct him today to answer the fucking questions.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Like, I'd be grabbing a flashlight. I'd be bringing, I don't know, no rules says I can't bring props. I'd be bringing a flashlight in and I'm going to shine it right in his eyeballs and say, answer the question every time I ask.
All right, let me talk to a couple people in chat real quick before I get going because people have asked me a couple questions. Mm-hmm. But after yesterday's testimony, I had to go play some Stardew Valley just to get the ick off. And Indiana Girl had to go drink and take a bath. So yesterday was definitely not for the faint of heart. And M's.
I was so aggravated. I cleaned out the closet under my stairs.
Fuck, you can come to my house, man. I got closets that need to be cleaned out real bad.
When I get irritated, I just start throwing shit away. That's the best time for me to clean because I won't look at something and be like, oh, I might need this 8 years from now.
I had a meeting after I dropped off Kaylee. I had a meeting, and then Kaylee doesn't feel good now. So then I had to go back and pick her up from gymnastics early. And so it's just I got nothing done last night that I wanted to get done, at all. So that was it. I watched I didn't watch. I don't think I watched anything. Did I watch anything? I don't even think I watched anything.
I don't think I did either. Oh no, I did go to Runkle's for a little bit. Grace Base was on there.
I went to Runkle's, but I went way late, and so I had to go back, and I was trying to skip around to where Grace Base was talking, so I could hear what she had to say. She's such a cutie patootie, by the way.
But I also just had enough. They were.
I can't want to listen to fucking Welchure if I don't have to.
Yeah, but they were total nerd. It was actually really cute. The two of them going back. At some points they were talking about things, and I'm like, I have no fucking clue what they're talking about. But they're just having this conversation. She's really smart.
Oh yeah. Oh, extremely.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely the epitome of a nerd. I want to buy her a pocket protector.
Yeah.
and wrap her glasses in tape. 100.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
But she's so damn cute. It doesn't matter. She could have nerd glasses all day. All right. So then there was another one up here. Miranda. Hi, Miranda. How is trial going? I haven't been able to watch it this time. I feel she was overcharged, and because of the jury agreeing on all but one charge, should have been acquitted on those charges. Well, I agree with you, but even to go even a bit further than that, I think the whole thing is a joke, and I think that they should move on and stop wasting the state of Massachusetts money. But that's my personal opinion. This trial, it's definitely different than the first trial. It's like watching a new trial, but with a ton of knowledge from a previous trial. It's the weirdest shit. I keep talking about this, saying I have no idea what this jury is thinking, because we have so much information in our brains that I can't view it like how a juror would see just this particular information coming in.
Yeah.
I in all honesty, as much as I don't like Brennan, I see points so far for both sides, which to me is reasonable doubt, since we haven't even got to the defense's case in chief. But am I biased? 100. So take it for what you want. It's just a very different trial this time around. With Brennan and Alessi in the mix, they just give a completely different dynamic. And then obviously with Brennan's structure on how he's presenting the case to the jury, it's just a lot different.
I can't stand him. I can't wait to never hear him. I said it about Lally, and then I got stuck hearing him again anyway. But I would never hire Hank Brennan as a defense attorney ever after this.
No, I wouldn't even hire him as my friend.
Like, seeing how he treats criminal defendants, I just absolutely would not. Absolutely not.
No, well, he's a gross, yucky, manipulative, narcissistic piece of shit, in my opinion.
Very.
I did not feel that way about Lolly. Lolly just drove me crazy because he's Lolly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I looked at Lally in an entirely different, he aggravated me, but it was for way less serious reasons than what Hank annoys me for.
Hello, Spring.
Hi, Kim. Good morning. Love you.
I'm out of here. I will be back ASAP.
Okie dokie. And we're ready to start. So the first thing's going to be arguments, people. Make sure it sounds on. Oh, true. Indiana girl. Welcher really he makes my skin crawl.
All right, Mr. Alessi, I will hear you on your argument on the voir dire.
God bless you. I'm glad you didn't sneeze in that thing. Ew. Ew.
Your Honor, I am going to address the Trooper Paul aspect, and then I'm going to address the Dr. Scorti Bello aspect of Dr. Welcher. With regard to Trooper Paul, I would like to draw the court's attention to the following documents for the straightforward proposition that Dr. Welcher has not only reviewed, he has not only considered, that he has adopted. I went back and looked at the documents, and the basis for this is as follows. Slides 22 and 23 do not just depict Trooper Joseph Paul himself. They show Trooper Paul conducting the CARS analysis on February 1st of 2022. Importantly, these slides highlight the mileage odometer of 12,665, and I respectfully request the court to anchor into that odometer reading, because I'm going to show the path that that odometer reading takes through all of the documents, but I want to emphasize the genesis of the odometer reading of 12,665 miles is with Trooper Paul as he conducted the CARS analysis on February 1st. Now, here's where Dr. Welcher comes in. Dr. Welcher then uses this key data point, odometer 12,665, as the basis, the starting point for his determination of the locations and times for the events of January 29 of 2022. Dr. Welcher uses his scenario analysis of Miss Reed's travels, and that's detailed on slides 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 to calculate and then deduct 36 miles from the odometer according to Trooper Paul on February 1st of 2022 to arrive at an odometer reading of 12,629, which obviously is different from the anchor I talked about of 12,665. So the assumed odometer of 12,629, again, is based on Trooper Paul's CARS analysis in slides 22 and 23. are then used as a tether, a connection to the events recorded by the VCH in the Lexus on the following slides: 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, and 36. I elucidate this and I explicate the slide numbers to show how many there are in Dr. Welcher's report that are rooted in the anchor point and then the change in the deduction of the odometer. So the events memorialized by Trooper Paul on February 1st, including the odometer reading, provide the foundation for Dr. Welcher's entire analysis of the VCH events. The entire analysis of Dr. Welcher's VCH events. That is the adoption aspect of what I started with. Two more points. In addition, Dr. Welcher testified on his voir dire that the image on the left of slide 36 from his January 30th, 2025 presentation came from a file marked carsj.pol. Now, he did contend that it wasn't the exact same image, but I want to go to this. In fact, the image on slide 36 is from the drone used by Trooper Paul, and the citation for that is page 4, item 11 of the CARS report. That's where the drones are from. Dr. Welcher didn't do any drone activity. He took the drone that he had in his report that was just a little bit different than the one I was showing him. It comes from page 4, item 11 of the CARS report. And I quote, "The crash scene was documented during the on-scene investigation by utilizing Alicia's GNSS GPS mapping system and a DJI Mavic 2 UAS. This data was input to a computer-aided diagram program, which is IMS 360. Here's the key: to produce a scale diagram of this collision. So the DJI Mavic is the CARS team drone. This image of Dr. Welcher's slide 36 is clearly and indisputably from the drone. And the only drone extant is the drone of Trooper Paul and the CARS team. Last point with regard to the Trooper Paul basis in adoption of Dr. Welcher. Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Welcher on voir dire if the image from slide 36 actually came from the CERT team, which is simply not true. The CERT team, actually Lieutenant Tully with the CERT team, took about a dozen photos of the taillight in the snow in the dark around 6 p.m. on January 29th.
Does anybody remember testimony that like they didn't get airspace or something? They didn't have clearance for airspace or something like that to do the drone?
2022. Lieutenant O'Hara said that the CERT team never traveled back to the scene again. So there were very obviously no photos or images taken by the CERT team in the daylight from the drone. And I again refer to slides 22 and slides 23, where Dr. Welcher said it was more likely than not that it was Trooper Paul in those slides, but the point, whether Trooper Paul or not, is completely overwhelmed by what I just argued and presented as specific factual basis for a review, a consideration, and an adoption of the work of Trooper Paul. Unless your Honor has any questions, I would now move on to Dr. Scorti-Bello. Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello will be much shorter. Mr. Woke, do we have the slide of the Dr. Scorti-Bello it's at the end of the slide presentation with her name on it? Oh. You just give the slide number, please. So it is slide 131. I almost know it verbatim, Your Honor, so I will continue. If Ms. Gilman has slide or someone could turn it on. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to slide 31, at the very top, and this again is a slide presentation of Dr. Welchure. So up at the very top, and so Dr. Welchure admitted that he not only reviewed the autopsy report, he admitted that he not only considered the autopsy report, he admitted that he adopted it, and I'm going to put adopt in quotes, to the extent that he used it in his slide presentation, and he actually, to show the depth of those three verbs, he's got in orange highlight under final diagnosis, multiple skull fractures, base of skull, and cavallarium. He testified, obviously, about the rear wounds of Mr. O'Keefe. He testified about how he believed those wounds came about, and he cited as corroboration the highlight of multiple skull fractures, base of skull, and cavallarium. It couldn't be any more obvious, his rooting in this document and reliance upon it. Why else would he have it in his slide presentation? And he's got the name of Dr. Scorti-Bello. And frankly, Your Honor, he didn't fight that whatsoever in the questioning of him. Then you go to underneath cause of death, blood impact, injuries of head, and hypothermia. He essentially repeated that on his testimony. And then if we could, Mr. Wolk, just go to the right. And so you've got highlighted head, skull fracture radiating from the right occipital skull and into the right parietal bone, right and left occipital foci, and bilateral anterior foci and orbital plates. Again, the highlighted means something. He's adopting it. And lastly, the depiction of the skull here, I believe that's Dr. Welchure's handwriting. I believe that's his green, the LR, because I've never seen this green highlighting before. And it could also be Dr. Scorti-Bello's. That's another possibility. I'm not sure. But let's assume sort of the most conservative part that it's Dr. Scorti-Bello's. The key part is he's got it in there and he is referencing it. So, Your Honor, the last point really for both of them, and I wanted to save this point because it applies to both. With regard to experts, the law is clear. So I think the easiest part to show what our position here is the adoption. But in it, it's clearly shown. Adoption doesn't mean you have to agree with it. You just have to put your expert hands around it, wrestle with it, deal with it. And there is no rule of law that I'm aware of that says you can't question an expert witness unless it's something that the expert witness agrees with. If the expert witness has reviewed it and considered it, and especially if they've rejected it. The easiest is obviously reviewed, considered, and adopted. But it's certainly permissible and important to a defendant's constitutional right, Sixth Amendment to cross-examination, if an expert says or even infers, I reject this. I reject what Trooper Paul did, or I reject what Dr. Scorti-Bello did. That is decision-making of an expert that the attorney has a right to be able to test. Why did you reject it? What was your thought process in rejecting it? And that applies to both Trooper Paul and Dr. Scorti-Bello, because as I understand it, this witness, Dr. Welchure, is not, he says, I'm not relying upon Dr. or Trooper Paul, which is completely false based upon what I just showed. But even if he just rejects it, in addition to what he has done, we have the right to test and get answers as to why he did it. And the same with Dr. Scorti-Bello. Once he goes to this level, Your Honor, I believe it's a
I love reporting live from my sofa. He's hilarious.
straightforward right, especially of a defendant in a criminal trial, and especially of the stakes and the charges this high, that we get to test it. What I think, lastly, my point here, Your Honor, the Commonwealth is doing is this. The Commonwealth knows Trooper Paul and Dr. Scorti-Bello are problematic for their theory and their narrative. Trooper Paul has got, if you work backwards from his key cycles, you end up with 1162.2, their key cycle. That ends up being not in front of 34 Fairview, but it ends up when the Lexus is in the possession of the state. That is the result of that. And that was something that was addressed square head on in the first proceeding. We're not coming up with some fanciful ghost in the second trial. This was gone through extensively in the first proceeding. And I understand this is a new trial, but it goes to show it's not something coming out of the blue, etc. And with regard to Dr. Scorti-Bello, it was remarkable on the redirect that I've never seen a prosecution essentially go after the opinions and conclusion of their own medical examiner. Yep, they basically said, the medical examiner, I can't call this a homicide. The manner of death is undetermined. And the medical examiner says, I don't see any motor vehicle impact injuries. There couldn't be anything more apt, more probative than whether or not the injuries to the decedent are from a motor vehicle. The Dr. Welchure himself is saying they are. That's the essence of his opinion. It's the essence of his test. We get to be able to respectfully, Your Honor, say, well, wait a minute. You said you looked at the autopsy. You said this. You highlight it. But you're going against the medical examiner on whether there's motor vehicle injuries. The experts can't, Your Honor, cherry pick and choose from documents. They can't use it as a shield and a sword. They can't put up, for example, Dr. Scorti-Bello's autopsy report, cherry pick things that benefit from them, and then and they did it on direct.
No, the jury's not in here yet. They're doing their arguments from yesterday.
And then all of a sudden on cross, when we want to go and test that, they say, oh, no, you can't do it. Your Honor, this whole argument is absurd. And it's antithetical to the Sixth Amendment. And even if, and this is my last point, even if this were merely a civil case, this would be routine cross-examination against the expert on the side. So in conclusion, Your Honor, I respectfully request that Ms. Reed and her team be allowed to exercise their constitutional right to cross-examination, the keystone of a defense in a criminal trial, cross-examination, and that they be able to take the shield that the prosecution is trying to put on us and be able to combat the sword that the prosecution has put forward with regard to trying to cherry pick from this information, and that we get to proceed, and we get to proceed undaunted from all the serial objections yesterday that interrupted my cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor.
What arises from the litany of complaints by the defense is that there is no constitutional right to usurp the rules of evidence. There is no case law, as much as they urge the court and yell out the word case law and constitutional right and Sixth Amendment right. There is no case law to support what they are trying to do. It is a simple endeavor that is clouded by all the rhetoric that they offer. And it is clear, and the court knows what they're trying to do. They are trying to pit the inadmissible opinion of a non-testifying witness against a testifying witness. They have asked Dr. Scotty Bello what her opinion is. And although it's not consistent with our reading of the case law, they were allowed to introduce that it was an undetermined cause of death or mechanism. That evidence is already in front of the jury, but they can't simply repeat it because it sounds good to them or they think it's helpful. Simply because a witness uses a document or looks at it or uses part of an autopsy does not let them regurgitate an opinion that's already in evidence to try to phantom cross-examine an expert. Dr. Welchure is clear. He did not rely on Dr. Scotabello's conclusion that this cause of death was undetermined. In fact, as an aside, he said, I wouldn't, because she's not qualified for that. And so this is a simple game. Let's pit one witness against the other and suggest that the Commonwealth's witnesses are inconsistent. They take it a step further. They want to relive what they think is their past success last year in this case without actually calling the witness. They want the jury to hear their perspective that a past witness had confusion in his analysis, but they don't want to call the witness. They want you to allow them to do that, not just shouting it out and have sustained objections, which has happened this entire case, but they actually want you to be able to allow them to ask Dr. Welch these questions, which he did not rely on. We had a voir dire. He was clear. He did not rely on the analysis of Trooper Paul. He did not rely on that determination or undetermined determination by Dr. Scotty Bello. It is that simple. They try to throw some fluff out and they throw around some documents. We have slide 22. Simply because there's a suggestion that Trooper Paul might be the hand in the picture is not an anchor. It's not a tether. It's not an adoption. It's no such thing. In fact, if you look at that photograph, it was taken by Zach Clark. So by the rationale of the defense, they should now be able to ask Dr. Welchure any question they want about Zach Clark's opinions, efforts, what Zach Clark did. It is a photograph that he considered, not an opinion, not an analysis. It has nothing whatsoever to do with Dr. Welchure's analysis or opinions. In fact, the evidence is to the contrary. He came out, conducted an independent analysis, did all of the work himself, considered documents, and he was specific.
Why does he keep saying independent? It's so fucking annoying.
About what
He's not
part of his opinion and what was not. And this information was not part of his opinion. They turned to the Google map. Bit misleading. This was generated by Google. Two separate people used the same program, but when you look at the CARS report and you look at Dr. Welch's PowerPoint, it's different. Dr. Welch's has a map on the side, and when you look at the numbers themselves, the CAR report says minimum 36.1, maximum 38.8. Dr. Welch's slide 37.
Also, I love it. Like a bit misleading. Are you going to address the fact that it was misleading when you said in front of the jury that the drone pictures were taken by the CERT team?
0.9, 38.1. So in no way did he adopt, anchor, tether, use as any basis. In fact, his is different and separate, as all of his analysis is. And so,
yeah, I gotta disagree, because to say that he's not anchored or tethered to Trooper Paul's analysis or whatever is kind of ridiculous when he's literally relying on Trooper Paul's analysis that the key cycle of this incident is 1162.
the portrayal of this necessity of information so they can sneak in inadmissible opinions with no witness is simply improper. There is no case law. There is no legal support for it. They cannot reach back into last year and manipulate a witness and ask him about something that he didn't rely on because it feels good or it sounds good for their case. Dr. Welchure did not rely on Trooper Paul's analysis or reports. and he did not rely on the conclusion of Dr. Scortibello of undetermined. If they want to call Trooper Paul, well, maybe they can try to do that, but Dr. Welch is not the right witness.
What does that mean? Maybe they could try to do that. You know something we don't know, Hank? Why would they have to try? It's easy. You give him a subpoena and he shows the fuck up.
For these opinions to try to do a credibility eval is a core preclusion in criminal law, a core preclusion. You cannot vouch for the credibility of another witness. You cannot comment. It's like asking, did the police officer lie when he said the light was red? It's the absolute same analysis. It just has a lot of icing on it.
Who said they're going to use it to talk about the credibility of a witness that you
Very
need-
briefly, bring the jury. Start getting the jury ready, please.
not a witness? Also,
Your Honor, with regard to Trooper Paul, Mr. Brennan did not address 80% of the slides that I addressed that showed the basis. When he talked about the picture, making it seem like the picture is the only thing we're relying upon, there's clearly other items, but even the picture, Your Honor, the purpose of the picture is it's got the odometer reading. That's why they took the picture, and that's the tether. So the photo is completely relevant. It's not who's in it. It's the fact that that's the odometer reading they're using. Next point with regard to case law, Mr. Brennan presents none to go against the common sense law and that has been there for years.
Ever.
The other thing, Your Honor, is with regard to Mr. Brennan keeps trying to put my arguments into a credibility, like we're trying to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul. He says that we're trying to redo last trial. To the contrary, Your Honor, it's the Commonwealth that brought Trooper Paul into the second trial through Dr. Welchure and Dr. Welcher's reliance on all the work of Trooper Paul. They've brought it in here, and because of that, we get the right to cross-examine it. Last point.
Also, I just want to say, I thought the whole purpose of Welchure going and getting all the data himself, so he didn't have to rely on anyone else's, was so that he could not rely on anyone else's. So why is he even using anything of Trooper Paul's at all? You went to 34 Fairview, you did your 3D scan. Like, I don't understand why anything that Trooper Paul did, if you redid it all, why any of it is in any of your slides.
This is not about credibility. He keeps saying something that's not happening, that we're going to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul. What we want to do is to say to Dr. Welchure, you have brought up Trooper Paul. You have used his odometer reading. That odometer reading tethers through to Google. It tethers through everything you're doing. It's the foundation. But what you're ignoring, Dr. Welchure, are all the key cycle results that come from that odometer reading that you relied upon. Dr. Welchure himself can't cherry pick, grab things that he needs from Trooper Paul to do his analysis, and then the Commonwealth say, but you can't go after that because it somehow has Trooper Paul's name on it. It's illogical, Your Honor, and it's incorrect under the law. Thank you.
So I disagree with you, Mr. Alessi. I'm not allowing in the line of questioning regarding Trooper Paul, and I'm not allowing the line of questioning regarding Dr. Scortibello. So that's my ruling. Let's bring the jury in. Well, come over here because they're on their way.
I don't figure that surprises anyone.
Able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or should be. Thank you. Could we have Dr. Welchure back in, please? And Mr. Alessi, feel free to go to the podium.
With the computer and any electronics there, so we don't have to address it.
It doesn't look like it's turned on at
Oh,
all.
okay, good. And smart watches.
Oh, he wants the smartwatches off. Did y'all see that yesterday about him maybe getting a text message to his Garmin watch? Testimony?
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor.
Ouch.
And Dr. Welch, we're going to ask you to not turn on your computer yet.
Okey-dokey.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I could, smartwatches that are receiving text messages during his direct, if we can make sure that that does not occur.
Mm.
I get my email. I think all the time.
Okay, or just don't look at your watch.
Yeah, no one cares if it was an email.
Okay.
Just take the fucking
Thank you.
watch off.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
Good morning, asshole.
Do you know whether there was glass found on the bumper of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV?
My understanding there was, yes.
Did you reach a conclusion on whether the glass on the bumper came from the drinking glass that you assert Mr. O'Keefe was holding at the time of the alleged impact?
I didn't have an opportunity to inspect the glass, but the glass was broken and there was glass on the bumper.
Yeah, it
That's
doesn't
all I
matter.
know.
So you, as you sit here today, you have no basis to conclude that the glass on the bumper came from the glass that you depict as having been held by Mr. O'Keefe at the time of the alleged impact. Is that correct?
Well, you're mixing a couple things.
No, Dr. Welcher,
So can
if
I-
you can just answer my question.
I'm
If
trying
I
to.
need to rephrase it, I will.
Sir, we're not fucking around with you today.
I'll ask it a different way.
Please.
You have no basis as you sit here today to conclude that the glass on the bumper came from a drinking glass connected to Mr. O'Keefe, do you?
Well, we have a picture of a broken glass at the scene. So I wouldn't say we have no basis. We don't necessarily have enough to conclude it's from it, though.
I can't today with this.
Do you had depictions in your test with Mr. O'Keefe holding a glass, correct?
Correct.
My question is, you have no evidence to show at all other than, and I'm talking evidence, testing information. You're saying you have no evidence that shows that the glass on the bumper is not the same glass as you showed on your slides as being found supposedly at the scene. You have no test evidence that that's the same glass, do you?
So again, the one I have at my testing obviously was not the same glass.
Sir,
We
nobody
have
said that.
pictures of a broken bar glass in the snow near where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. We have glass fragments on the rear of the bumper. That's the extent of my knowledge on the correlation between those two.
So do you said you reviewed the reports and testimonies of various Commonwealth representatives, correct? That's in your report.
Correct. In the initial.
In the initial, right, correct. And some of those reports included forensic scientists who work for the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And you put those in your report as documents that you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, it's your testimony. You don't know whether in any of the reports of the Massachusetts State Police, there is an answer to the question of whether there's any connection at all between the glass found in the snow and the glass on the bumper.
I recall it being inconclusive.
Oh, so you recall that the testing was inconclusive?
I don't remember what testing they did, but for example, when they put the taillight fragments back together, they were able to deduce that the fragments were from the taillight. I don't think they attempted to do that with the glass.
Yeah, they did, sir.
Assume that there has been testing of the glass on the bumper, and assume that that testing conclusively determines that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that was found in the snow.
Okay.
Assume that.
Okay.
How would that affect your analysis?
I'd want to know where the glass came from, but we still have a whole bunch of other elements. So I don't think it would affect the end results.
So
It wouldn't affect the end results. You literally set up your experiment with your You are not going to tell me that you only had that glass in your hand for your experiment where you dressed up exactly like John O'Keefe because of the fact that there was glass found in the yard, because you never explained to us at all with your tests how the glass got from in John's hand on the taillight to into the yard. So it's fair to assume that you were suggesting that when the taillight broke on him, he dropped the glass and it broke. Also, nobody fucking said that it was the same glass in your hand in your experiment. Are you stupid?
Would it have any part in your analysis with my assumption that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that's associated with the broken glass that was supposedly found in the snow?
Yes, I mean, we always want to have as much answers or as many answers as possible. So I would want to know if we could figure out where it came from.
And wouldn't the fact, assuming that the test results show there's no connection, meaning the glass on the bumper is different from the glass in the snow, wouldn't that be contrary to your theory of what happened in some way?
It depends on when the glass was actually broken. The glass was in his hand, at least that's the testimonial evidence I have seen. So it depends on whether it's broken from contact with the rear of the vehicle or broken with contact on the ground.
Assume that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that was found in the snowbank. Doesn't that, at least in part, contradict your hypothesis as to whether there was contact by the Lexus with Mr. O'Keefe at 34 Fairview?
So if you recall all my slides, nowhere did we discuss that in my slides. So no, it wouldn't contradict it. I would want to know where that glass came from.
But you didn't seek that information, did you, sir, in your analysis to determine where the glass came from?
Well, of course I did. I read the reports about it.
But you sit here and you say you don't know the answer. There's steps you could have taken to get that answer quite easily. Couldn't you have, sir?
Not me. That's a material science expert.
You've been communicating with Lieutenant Tully, haven't you?
Correct.
You couldn't have asked Lieutenant Tully that question?
To my knowledge, he's not a material science expert.
But could he have told you the result of testing on that glass on the bumper and whether it was any way associated with the glass found in the snow? Wouldn't that have been an easy question to ask him? Just, has there been testing? And if so, what's the results?
Yes, but my knowledge from reading the reports was it was inconclusive.
But you didn't read all of the reports, did you, sir?
Apparently not.
Let's turn to another topic, laser scans. Part of your analysis involved conducting laser scans of portions of 1 Meadows Avenue, the house of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Those laser scans were used, at least in part, to answer the question of whether the collision between Miss Reed's SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse at 1 Meadows at approximately 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022, caused the right rear taillight of the Lexus to break, correct?
Correct.
And in that analysis, inches literally matter, correct?
You want to get it as accurate as possible.
And the reason why inches matter is because, and we're going to get to this, you try, and you did it in your slide presentation on direct, you tried to see whether the Lexus lined up with the Traverse such that there could be a break of the taillight. That was part of your analysis, correct?
So the main part of the photogrammetry was to determine the speeds and the angles and the degree of overlap on the vehicles. And then we also looked at the damage from the video, or actually it's just where the snow was knocked off the rear of the Chevy Traverse, and document the height of that.
You said the main part. I don't want to engage in semantics. I want to go to my question of, isn't part of the laser scan analysis to determine whether or not those two vehicles align sufficiently such that the Lexus could brake, the tail light of the Lexus could brake coming into contact with the Chevy Traverse? Wasn't that part of your analysis, at least in part?
Yes.
Okay. And in that analysis, inches literally matter, correct?
It can, depending on which way you're going inches.
So the Ring camera at One Meadows, you're familiar with that Ring camera, right? At
Correct.
One Meadows? That Ring camera at One Meadows was used as part of the laser scan process that you and your firm Aperture performed at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024. Do I have the date correct?
I believe so, but like the videos were not literally used during the laser scans. We took the laser scans, the video, combined them together in the process called photogrammetry.
Okay, let's get this down to the fundamentals. You used, and that was my question, Your Honor, if we could publish the exhibit with regard to the Ring camera.
Sure. What exhibit is it?
Yeah, I've got my page. Dr. Welcher, you recognize that Ring camera as being at One Meadows. You discussed it, as a matter of fact, on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
Now, that Ring camera was utilized as part of your laser scan process, correct? It was used.
So you're confusing laser scan and photogrammetry. The video, the laser scanners are together used in the photogrammetry. The camera and the laser scans are not used necessarily with each other.
Was that Ring camera used?
Like, are you fucking kidding me? You said nothing different. Like, he asked you if you used the camera in your analysis, whether you used it with the scanner or to do the photogrammetry. Like, did you use it? The answer is fucking yes. You used it.
For any part
Used
of
images.
your work.
Absolutely, the photogrammetry.
Yeah, see how easy that was?
I just need to be able to finish my question, sir. Was
Oh,
that
sorry.
Ring camera used for any part of your work at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024?
Yes.
And it was used for what purpose?
In the photogrammetric process, to establish the position and dimensions of various things in the video. So then we could go back and overlay the vehicles and track the tracks in the snow, as well as look at the damage to the vehicles.
Right. So this was used to, as a basis, not the only one, to establish dimensions of the other work that was done in analysis at One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wope. You know that the Ring camera at One Meadows, in existence when Aperture did the work on October 2nd, 2024, was different than the Ring camera that was in existence on January 29th of 2022.
Oh, this is why they mentioned with Carrie Roberts about the O'Keeffe's getting permission to change the camera because it wasn't working. And I know that, like, if I go to change my camera, like right now my cameras are down because I needed to get new batteries. They have to be a specific battery. When I put it back up, there's no way it's going to be in the exact same spot it was in before.
Date where you went through to see if those two vehicles align. Is that correct? The cameras are different.
That is correct.
And you know that the cameras are different, and you knew that as part of your analysis, correct?
Correct.
Did you document the differences between the two cameras as part of any work performed at One Meadows?
Yes.
And did you measure any differences there might have been between the location of the newer ring camera from the older one that was in existence on January 29th of 2022?
No, what we did is use the current ring camera in conjunction with the old ring camera. And with the laser scans, we're able to, again, map the points onto the scene. That's why I showed you the report from the photogrammetry software that reported our error.
Sir, my question was just measurement, not your process.
Oh.
Did you measure the difference
I don't believe so.
between where the old camera was and where the new camera was?
No, it was angled slightly more to the right, though.
How would you know that if you were not retained on January 29th of 2022? How would you know where the original angles were?
Because when you look at the first camera, the one on January 22nd, it's here. The new one is slightly over to the right.
That's an eyeball approximation analysis. That's not a measurement, correct?
Well, I don't know that we actually measured it, but we accounted for it and corrected for it. But you can see, for example, what the original one shows, for example, to the left-hand side, compared to what the new one shows to the left-hand side, and it's angled more to the right.
Sir, you have experience with ring cameras, correct?
I do.
And I think a lot of members of the public have experience with ring cameras. You can move just the camera portion ever so slightly and change significantly the angle of the camera, can't you, what it captures? Just a small turn.
Potentially.
Right. Even a millimeter turn can make a change. A 2 millimeter, a 1 inch can make a significant change with regard to what the camera captures, correct?
Could, sure.
So, did you measure whether the newer camera that was present on October 2nd, 2024 was installed to the left? And I'm talking measure. To the right, to the top, or the bottom relative to the camera that was there on January 29th of 2022?
So we solved for the camera position.
I'm asking if you measured, sir.
Oh, no, we didn't measure.
So let's talk about some other differences with regard to cameras and ring cameras. Different ring cameras can have different levels of distortion, correct?
Potentially.
Cameras, well, are you saying that all ring cameras have the same level of distortion?
No, but again, they're mass produced, so you could have some that have the same exact distortion. You could have some that have different.
And you don't know the comparative distortion between what I'm just going to now refer to as the old ring camera that was there January 29, 2022, and the camera that you saw on October 2024, which I'll refer to the new camera. You don't know the difference in the distortion between those cameras as you sit here today, do you?
So we know enough information that if the distortions had been different, our errors would have been too high. And so the fact that our errors are within acceptable, or what's called an RMS error, we know that the distortions are similar enough to give us accurate measurements.
Sir, that is speculation. That is not data. That is not a measurement. You didn't measure the distortion, sir, did you? If the cameras, you didn't have the old camera to do it.
We didn't, but we had images from the old camera. And then when we get images from the new camera and solve those camera properties and then overlay data from the old images to the new images with the point clouds, if that distortion is too great, we will have too high of errors in our project, which is why I showed the error report from the photogrammetry process to show that we have checked for that and documented that our errors are in acceptable range so that we have confidence in our results.
You do not have information from the manufacturer of ring. You didn't present it and you don't have it as to what is the acceptable level of distortion for the analysis that you did, do you, sir?
The
You have that from Ring.
I don't have it for Ring, but I
Thank
don't need
you.
it from Ring.
So now let's go to, if cameras have different levels of distortion, that would change the analysis in reconciling the difference between their angles. That's a pretty straightforward proposition, sir. Wouldn't it?
So it depends on how much difference it is, but we have accounted for that.
With which model of the Ring camera was present at One Meadows on January 29th, 2022? Which model?
I don't know. I'd have to go look through the data.
Do you believe I'm not going to take up the time to have you look, but do you really believe you've got the model of the Ring camera that was in existence on January 29th of 2022?
I don't know. I
You
need to
didn't
look through the
present it
report.
in your direct testimony, did you, sir?
I did not.
So do you have the model of the Ring camera that was present at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024?
No.
So you don't have even the model for either one of them?
Nope. But we have videos from both of them and scans of the scene.
So now let's talk about another aspect of Ring cameras. They have mechanisms, as I was talking about earlier, that allow the user to adjust the camera angle, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether there was a difference in the camera angle between the two cameras?
Yes, as we already discussed, there was a slight difference in the
But
angles.
you don't have a measurement of that, right, sir?
Correct.
Okay.
But we accounted for it.
So wouldn't a difference in models of Ring cameras be relevant at all to your analysis of trying to reconcile any differences between them?
So if you have video from both of them and you have laser scans with three-dimensional geometry of the scene, you can go in and it's called a reverse camera analysis and solve for the distortion properties. The scans give you the real world dimensions. So once you know the real world dimensions, you can then go in, you can go in and then solve for the camera lens properties based upon the real world distortions. So for example, if there's a little bit of bending at the end, the laser scan data will show that, and you can correct for that knowing information about the laser scanner.
I'll
or
ask
the
the
laser
question.
scan data.
I'm sorry, I thought you finished, sir. I'm going to ask the question again because it's a narrow question. Wouldn't knowing the difference in the models be relevant?
Eating
All
right.
I'm asking. Wouldn't it be relevant to your analysis of reconciling the differences to them? Wouldn't
No.
it be relevant?
No,
So you think the different models are irrelevant to any process you occasioned at one? It's irrelevant.
so the analysis of the video itself is more important than the models.
I'm not asking if it's more important. I'm just asking, would it be relevant?
No, I don't believe it'd be relevant.
Now let's go to another aspect of the cameras. Are key parameters in a camera that the software needs to know focal length?
It is.
Is imaging size something that is an important parameter in a camera?
Yes,
Are sampling characteristics an important parameter in cameras?
can be.
Is the principal point, you understand that concept, sir? Is that an important parameter in a camera?
Define how you're using principal point.
Sure. A principal point of an image is the point where a camera's direct line of sight, called, as you may know, the optical axis, intersects the image plane. Does that
Gotcha,
sound
yes.
familiar?
Mhm.
So
I think if Alessi would interrupt him and force him to answer the questions directly, I think he would lose his shit and look like a total dickwad.
isn't that the image's mathematical center, the principal point?
More or less, yes.
And for high accuracy photogrammetric work, it's important to know if the lens is mounted centered over the image sensor due to the small manufacturing variances, correct?
Could be important.
And if the principal point is the center of the image.
Okay.
That's relevant. So doesn't that affect the mathematical calculation of the light ray geometry?
It could.
So the variance in manufacturing between cameras is a known issue. Do you agree?
I do.
There's small manufacturing variances that affect one of the key components of the fundamental parameters of the camera, namely the principal point, right?
Correct.
Did you perform the camera calibration of the camera in place in October of 2024?
Yes. So within photogrammetry, we calibrated the photogrammetric analysis to the camera.
Did you address the principal point in that calibration? Do you have documentation that you addressed that important factor, the principal point?
So the checking of the RMS error in the software takes into account, sums up all the potential errors in the measurement, which would include that.
Okay. Sir, you know the importance of all of these topics because the output of all the work Aperture did at One Meadows, almost all of it, springs from that camera, correct?
It starts there.
Okay, it starts there. And if the starting point is wrong, then where you go from the starting point is going to be at least
Everything else would be
potentially wrong,
inaccurate.
correct?
Potentially.
Would you agree that Ring cameras have a swiveling mechanism so that the user can adjust the camera angle?
Some do.
Do you know whether the camera that was in existence on January 29, 2022 had a swiveling mechanism?
I believe it did.
Believe, do you know?
I do not know for a fact,
Do
but
you-
those style of Ring cameras on the surveillance have adjustability that includes angle.
But you
Sir.
don't know whether the camera that was there, the specific camera on January 29, 2022, had a swiveling mechanism or not, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether the camera that you saw in October of 2024 had a swiveling mechanism on it?
It did.
And where did you document the fact that it had a swiveling mechanism?
I think we have photos of the camera.
Did you document it in writing, and did you document the tolerance of the swiveling mechanism?
No.
Let's go to, and again, all of the camera, this camera that you use is the starting point for your laser scan and photogrammetry process, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's go to another topic. On your direct testimony, as I recall, you stated essentially from various information that you lined up in the video, and we're talking about the lining up of the Lexus with the Traverse. And this is at One Meadows. And so, as I understand what you did, sir, is you took what are called point clouds, 3D images, created them for the Lexus. You took created 3D images, synonym point clouds of the Traverse, and then you attempted to line them up to determine, among other things, whether they would align sufficient so that the Lexus could line up and potentially hit the Traverse such that the tail light of the Lexus could be broken. Was that at least part of your analysis?
That was part. There was more.
So you showed a slide, a few slides, and with your Honor's permission, what I'd like to do is to start with slide 90.
All right, do you have any problem with Dr. Welchure keeping his printed copy that he was using?
I have no problem with the printed copy, Your Honor.
So, I'm sorry, what slide again?
90.
Your Honor, my printed copy tiny. Can I
Can
pull it
you
up?
see the?
Yes. Yeah.
Does that slide that's part of your presentation depict a view from the top of the Lexus on the right and the Chevy Traverse on the left?
Correct.
And is that depicting contact between the two vehicles?
It is.
Now let's zero in a closer look, and that is a contact point. Am I correct?
Correct. I mean, there's multiple points. There's more than
Multiple
one.
points, but it shows more clearly the contact
Correct.
between the two vehicles. Now, if we could the next, and that is number 91, Mr. Wolf. So Your Honor, 91. I think these are just going to go in order for a few, and I'll keep announcing them. So this is 91, same vehicles, just a different viewpoint. Is that correct, Dr. Welcher?
Correct. This and the next
I
slide.
just want to stay
I know.
with this one. I just
Hold on a
asked the
second.
question, does it show the contact?
So go ahead and answer now.
This slide and all the other slides, we're trying to show the angle of contact, but because it's two-dimensional image, you're losing some perspective. For example, here you're seeing the chrome piece on Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet, which is on the right. You're seeing it obviously behind where the Lexus is. So we were trying to show it at a whole bunch of different angles to try and illustrate the degree of closeness or lack thereof.
Alrighty. So
Thank you.
is it correct that on your direct examination, you said in sum and substance, we looked at the degree of overlap and there's only about a 2 to 3 millimeters?
I don't know about you guys, but to me, this looks like she's heading straight back to his car, and that's not how she hit it. She was way angled this way.
Oh, I agree.
Of overlap between the vehicles. Is that what you recall saying on direct?
That is correct.
And that you stated that supposed 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap was insufficient to cause the tail light of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet. Do you recall saying that?
That's correct.
Now, I would like you to look at that. This is from your slide presentation. Is that not showing contact between the two vehicles?
Oh, it absolutely is not. What you're seeing is a portion of the vehicle that is behind the area. Keep in mind the angle, the Lexus is angled off to the left. So the area that you see here is actually, in this case, in front of where the taillight is. This is why we tried showing it from a whole bunch of different angles, because when you try and take a two-dimensional image and look at it, you see stuff in the background. So and again, this is why in the computer, we overlaid them, looked at the measurements, in the computer where you don't have this, we have the three-dimensional measurements, and it does not hit.
Where did you show in your slide presentation what you just said that it doesn't show an overlap?
So
Where?
it shows a contact. It definitely contacted, I'm sorry, Mr. Reporter, down below here. It does not show a contact here. So to answer your question, all the next slides were our attempt to do that. So all the next slides is your answer.
We're going to go to those next slides. So just to be clear, you're saying that depiction does not show any contact between the taillight of the Lexus and the Chevy Traverse.
So the upper taillight, just to be clear, because the lower taillight is much closer.
Well, it's not only much closer, it's in contact, isn't it, sir?
It's very close. It's probably within an inch being in contact.
Oh, so you state that even the lower part of the taillight is not making contact?
So if, again, maybe there's a photo we could show or a scan that is on the rear of the vehicle and it contacts on the corner, which is just around. So maybe like an inch or so in front of it on the corner.
I'm just going with what you presented in your slide
Well, let's
presentation.
go to the next slides and then
Sir,
maybe
I
we'll see
will
it.
determine which slides we go to on my question.
Exactly.
I'm just hoping
So
to
now
answer your
let's
question.
go.
Take several seats and shut the fuck up. I'll tell them which slide we're going to.
Alessi is way more like, dude, shut the fuck up and
Good.
answer my question today than he was yesterday.
As he should be, especially
Yeah.
since it's half day. She's already pressed for time and we hadn't even started yet.
And he argues every answer. Just answer the fucking question, Mr. Welchure, as Alessi calls him.
Yep. Mr., not doctor.
Yeah, and it doesn't really matter. I don't give a shit if this guy's right, wrong, or indifferent. I fucking hate him.
Mm-hmm.
God, it's just, he's so argumentative.
There we go.
In your presentation,
There we go. Shut the fuck up.
my question is
He calls him Mr.
zeroing
Welchure.
in.
Hi,
Are you
Travis.
saying that that slide does not show contact between the tail light of Miss Reed's Lexus and any part of the Chevy Traverse?
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what it shows. You can see a little better here. Again,
That's exactly what it shows, that it does or doesn't make contact.
He's going to argue
tried
that
all these different angles, which is why
you can't see that angle.
Show
You can't see it
contact
sticking out.
between the tail light of Miss.
Like what?
My
You can't see
question
it sticking out on that side.
zeroing.
You need to be on the other side. Like you can't see the tail light sticking out.
Every time he answers questions like this, we should just say, I wish Alessi would say, oh, so Ipsy Dixit. Oh, Ipsy Dixit?
Yeah,
Because
it's
he said so? Okay.
because he said so.
Mhm.
And that's the whole thing. Like,
Man.
so, and Michael made the comment in chat too, which I agree with. He's right that he can account for the difference based on doing the real world scan and then having the two overlays from each camera, but he doesn't actually account for the difference besides just doing it. Like he doesn't tell anybody how he did it. He doesn't tell anybody what the difference was. He just goes and just does it and then says, because I did it. And that's it. Like, I have a problem with that. We don't know how you did it or what you actually did. Like, show us the difference in how you compensated for it. You're the engineer.
Instead of just saying we took into account for that.
Yeah,
We accounted for that.
we accounted for that. Well, okay, where did you account for it? That's
I
all I
don't
want. Like, how did you do it? How did you measure it? And if you didn't measure it and you accounted for it, what was the difference? Where is that information?
Right. I hope Alessi gets more aggressive with them. Not like unhinged or coming unglued, but just like, you are not in charge, sir. I'm in charge. Just like you said just now with the slides. We'll go to whatever slides I want to look at. You have plenty of time on redirect and you can open at whatever slides you want to.
Are you saying that that slide does not show contact between the tail light of Miss Reed's Lexus and any part of the Chevy Traverse?
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what it shows. You can see a little better here. Again, we tried all these different angles, which is why all
Your angle of her SUV is entirely wrong.
these slides are in there, but you can see some of the geometry of the light. This structure, and again, remember I said the Chevy kind of curves in as it goes up a little bit.
Let's go to the next slide. 40. 40, yes, please.
Did you delete that one?
Is it
Oh.
working?
So that one didn't work in my favor after prior testimonies, so I deleted that slide.
That's exhibit
Literally
41.
last night in bed.
No, I have a question because it's not my slide.
This is not your slide. Where did it come from then?
So, Mr. Alessi, is this exhibit number 41 or is this from the PowerPoint? Because
Slide 41. Slide.
So this is your slide. Don't even tell me that this man does not recognize a slide in his own PowerPoint presentation.
He starts trying to tell the judge on Alessi. He's like, "That's not my slide. That's not my
Okay.
slide, Judge. Bev, that's not my slide." Like, shut the fuck up.
Like, this is not her vehicle. Look at the taillight. It's fine. So this is his vehicle. So where would we have gotten this, sir?
This is what Proctor took before
This
he
is
snapped
your
the
car,
taillight.
sir. I still don't understand how he's calling this a taillight down here.
Oh, I don't. It's just a lower taillight.
There's no pending questions, sir.
Yes.
Sir, shut the fuck up.
So
So wait,
I'm putting this.
So wait, did he tell her that that's not his slide? She said he got the answer slide 41 or whatever. And now he's saying yes. So it is your fucking slide, sir? Why did you tell her it wasn't your slide then? Wait,
He's like,
PowerPoint,
fuck, I thought I deleted
because-
that.
Slide 41.
hold on.
This exhibit number 4. So, Mr. Alessi, is this exhibit number 41 or is this from the PowerPoint? Because,
Slide 41. Slide.
okay.
Yes.
Oh, so now it is your fucking slide. So why did you say it wasn't your slide, sir?
He's because I'm telling you, it's
Oh,
like
that's
probably
so
from
aggravating.
PowerPoint version 1.0,
I can't.
and we're currently discussing PowerPoint 70.0. So he's like, shit, I forgot that was one of my slides from back in the day.
And Alessi probably
Damn
didn't
it.
even hear it, but if he would have heard it, I would have hoped that he would have said, "Did you just accuse me of putting up an incorrect slide?" So are you even aware of all the slides that are in your presentation? Because you keep referring me back to slides, but yeah, when I put up a slide that is in fact your slide, you say it's not yours.
She would stop that in a heartbeat. But you know who would do that? Would be Jackson.
Jackson.
Jackson
Sure.
would absolutely say some shit like that.
So I'm putting this up because I want to show an actual photograph of that tail light. And I would like you, sir, to focus on the quarter panel tail light in each. Do you see a jutting out of the quarter panel?
Breaking news. The prosecution has arrested.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So are we ending it like an after? Are we ending after that, or is she going to actually have them do something?
I don't know yet. I'll look.
Panel tail light in that photo. You see it jut out?
So I don't know if you and I are talking the same thing. There are little fins here.
Sir, it is jutting out of the entire car. The car ends here. Taillight ends plumb over here.
It's just, you can see there's like a little
Correct.
thing. There's like a little, hold on real quick. I want to answer this. So can an attorney require just yes or no questions or answers from the witness? Well, they can ask for it, but Judge Bev doesn't allow anything along those lines.
She used to. Sometimes
yeah.
she would.
But I will
here-
tell you, anything to do with Welchure, anything along the lines of Welchure, the Commonwealth has gotten their way. The only time that the defense has won anything in regards to Welchure with Bev is for him to have to remove a headline on one of his PowerPoint slides. That was it. Other than that, she's gone against every request the defense has made in regards to Welchure.
Ooh, there's a lot of, okay, no, I'm not going to say them. Cross should be over. Well,
Just say what you want to say.
I don't want to get I don't want to get so far away that the things that he just talked about, we don't have the reactions, but I'm looking at Sue, and I don't want to read ahead either. Sue O'Connell's thing says, one juror looked entertained during the tense exchange between Alessi and Welchure. Now, it might be just now with the slide thing, like, I don't know. Then she said 8 jurors are taking notes. A juror laughs at Welchure saying he can't see through the wall. Same juror is laughing after the angry exchange between Alessi and Welchure. As Alessi says next topic, several jurors write in their notebooks. Jurors are paying close attention. One juror is shaking his head back and forth as Welchure explains how this is a 3D image. And then there was a sidebar. Okay, I think I'm too far ahead now.
I think so too, because we haven't had a side button, have we?
Yeah, so let me be quiet.
Now, what I'd like to do
But it
is
gets
to go back
This is the best comment though in the world.
to the
editorials are straight up getting on my
depiction we were
tits.
just
I know.
looking at.
I know.
And that depiction doesn't
We're all
show
struggling.
the
We're
jutting
riding the
out,
struggle bus.
does it?
No, it does.
Oh,
Those are actually more on the side of the vehicle. You can't see them in this image.
Correct. You
But-
can't see them.
Hold on a
what is
second.
this
I wasn't finished.
inflated nonsense?
But
Sir.
they
What?
are one. They are
Hold on a second. I wasn't finished.
Sir, I will come poke you in the eye. Straight through your glasses. I will
Such an
karate
asshole.
chop you in the neck. You talk out of turn every time Alessi opens his mouth. Just shut up. Also, what is the quality of this?
What's the deal with Alessi's hand?
Huh?
Did you hear this yet or no?
Does it shake?
No. So Alessi. So apparently yesterday, the Dr. Welchure was saying that something that Alessi was doing with his hand, and then apparently it comes up again today.
Wow, that would mean he's an actual piece of shit. Because if you noticed or remember, a couple of weeks ago, he could be talking about something entirely different. If he's talking about what I'm about to say, then he's an actual factual piece of shit. But a couple of weeks ago when they were like zoomed in on Alessi and I was like, why is his hand shaking? I wonder if he has tremor. Like, I wonder if he has a tremor.
Yeah. So it gets brought up again today, but apparently it was also brought up yesterday, and I missed it.
I missed it yesterday, but you'd be a real dickhead to bring that. Like, me bringing it up to you guys is just like, oh, I'm looking like
It's
oh, just
something
let me
else.
say
When I
this.
said.
But
Okay.
but just like yesterday when he said whatever that bullshit was that he said about when he said Lexus and he's like dyslexic. I couldn't hear you. Couldn't understand. Like, sir, shut the fuck up. Shut up. You aren't. I agree with Gray Space. You are not in charge here, sir.
He thinks he is.
He thinks he is. He's not. And I'm going to rewind so we can hear that and get
There's
angry
no way
again.
that this
100
guy
is.
is involved in every fucking
Those
thing.
are
to do
actually
with
more
Apple.
on the side of the
I'm just
vehicle.
gonna say that.
What?
Like he said yesterday, like, that's not my department. I'm not really involved in that. I said, there's no way that this fucking guy is not involved in every aspect of that company. He is.
Oh, he's
such
not
a-
letting anybody
a
take a
boss
shit
bitch.
without following them there and knowing what's going on.
Exactly.
And I forgot that this fool was who's been knighted or deputized as the person coming back on rebuttal, because I literally can't stand it. But if you think about it this way, I have to say I am in agreement. So my two biggest ones as first witnesses for the defense, all the way up until we met Dr. Welchure, was that the first person that should be on the stand is Michael Proctor. But now that I've seen Welchure,
Yeah, I think immediately you see
Arca.
Dr. Wolf. Yep.
because there's such a enormous difference between even just the demeanor of them. And that includes, like, I hope and pray that Brennan is the same way in his cross-examination of Dr. Wolf as he was in that voir dire, because he's going to turn off every single there's no way that every juror is not going to look at him and be like, dude, there were people that think Karen Reed's guilty as sin talking about how off-putting that was. Like, extremely off-putting.
That's interesting.
Yeah, which I appreciate, of course. Says Arca open.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
That's
just
my
keep going
opinion.
because I don't want to hear. Oh, wait, maybe that's his opinion.
Yeah,
Don't.
they should open with Arca, like ours. Our opinion is the same.
Yeah. Okay. I want to hear his full
Vehicle,
statement.
you can't see them in this image.
Correct. You
But-
can't see them.
Hold on a second. I wasn't finished. But
Sir.
they're
Oh, I would snatch you up by your ears. Oh my God. Are we in crazy world? No one cares what more you have to say. Oh, please. Oh, please.
It's possible. After listening to the fucking Delphi jurors, I'm all about, like, people are fucking. Some people are just idiots. Not everybody, but if they get a jury of idiots, who knows what they believe.
You go back to that chat and you tell them that Sleuthie said please. PUH-LEEEEEEASE. Okay? Ugh.
they are 100% there. We
I'm still talking.
actually did special
Ooh,
hand scans with a hand scanner of the taillight to put it back on to the vehicle.
You say they're 100% there, but you can't see it in that depiction, can
Yeah.
you? The jutting out that you could see in the two-dimensional one we just saw. You can't see it.
I can't see who's behind that wall because it's being blocked by something. I can't see on the side of the tail light because
Sir,
it's on
what?
the side I can't see. It's being blocked.
Sir, my question is simple. You cannot see the jutting out of the tail light in this depiction, can you?
Why does it look like this? What is this? Why does it look like this, Teresa?
Because it's cutting off from the 3D image, which is what Alessi's trying to say.
Okay, so does that mean that it's cutting it off from the 3D image because it's hitting this, or what? Like, what? Why does it look like this? Is it meant to show that this was hitting it, or what?
No, because Welcher's saying no, you just can't see the jutting out part because of the angle.
Oh, well, again, for the 30th time today, this angle that he has her backing into this traverse is incorrect. She's almost backing entirely straight instead of on an angle. Yes, we can. Sorry. Let's get through.
Correct.
Okay,
Like-
now let's go.
We're so close to the end, and he's reached like peak irritation of me. Like, I just want to snatch him off.
Stop listening to him.
Yeah. So like I have to be quiet because I just want to be done with him. My
right,
blood pressure needs a rest.
Let's go.
To the next question in this topic.
Yes, please.
You could have easily
gone and fucked yourself.
solved what you consider to be the issues you had with trying to show it lining up, couldn't you, sir? You had an easy solution for that.
I took the best solution.
Oh God.
I'm not sure what
You
you're referring
had
to.
3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions.
I bet Arca
if you
did
had
that.
just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans on top of each vehicle. So we took the, I'm sorry, we took
Sir,
the
please
vehicles.
don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your
Hold
Honor,
on.
he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not. And I think that's distracting to the jury.
So-
I'm not interrupting
Hold
him.
on. Let
Wait,
the
what?
witness answer the
I
question.
am. I'm just holding my hand.
Wait, what? What did he say about his hand?
I don't know. This is why I was asking you earlier.
I have to go back.
Like this. Your
I'm
Honor. Don't interrupt
On top of the video analysis.
you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly
Oh, maybe the thing that he's doing, the hand, the thing. Hold on.
what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans
Oh,
on
that's
top
his
of
own
each
hand.
vehicle. So we took the, I'm sorry, we took
Sir,
the
please
vehicles.
don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your Honor, he keeps referencing my
pause.
hand and saying
Okay,
What?
so he does. Okay, so Dr. Welcher. So apparently, whatever Alessi just did with his hand, Dr. Welcher thinks that he's holding his hand up to tell Dr. Welcher to like stop, like that he's interrupting him.
Oh.
So Dr. Welcher's like, hold on, let me finish. And so he's like, I'm not interrupting you, sir. Like I am just holding my fucking hand here.
I see.
And
That
it's
makes sense.
distracting to the jury that he keeps trying to tell the jury that I'm interrupting him because of where my hand is.
That's true. I think that's true because it makes it seem like he's trying to interrupt him when he's not. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Okay. God, I hate you.
I'm doing something when I'm not. And I think that's distracting to
Oh,
the
he's
jury.
pissed.
I'm not interrupting
Hold
him.
on. Let the witness answer the
I
question.
am. I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor.
He's
He keeps
pissed.
saying that I'm doing
Mr.
something.
Leslie, please.
Oh,
All
he's
right.
fucking pissed.
Go
And
ahead,
I think
finish the
Bev,
answer, Dr. Welch.
for Bev to not be like, okay, you are completely overreacting.
Yeah, just
I
answer the
think
fucking
she
question.
agrees. Huh?
Well, she's just like, all right, Mr. Alessi, like, let it go.
I think she understands where he's coming from, which is like rare, but like
Oh, see, I took it opposite. Like, she didn't give a shit. She was like, Mr. Alessi, like, let it go. Calm down. It's not that big of a deal. Let him answer the
no,
question.
I would expect her to admonish him for that outburst. But I would say to the witness, which is long overdue, sir, no side comments. Who cares if he's moving his hand? You think he's about to interrupt you. You don't have to say, don't interrupt me. I'll tell him not to interrupt you. You know what I mean?
She did. Y'all were talking over it.
She did what?
Go back. We'll do it. We'll shut up.
Say something about the outburst?
Yeah, go back.
Again,
Let the wit-
I think that's, he keeps referencing my.
I'm sorry, we took
Sir,
the
please
vehicles.
don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your
Hold
Honor,
on.
he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not. And I think that's distracting to the jury.
So-
I'm not interrupting
Hold
him.
on. Let the witness answer the
I
question.
am. I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing
Mr.
something.
Lessie, please.
All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer, Dr. Welch.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
You could have easily addressed this issue by the following. If you really believe there was no contact or not sufficient contact, you could have produced a graphic that shows a gap between the two vehicles. A graphic, couldn't you? That's not a graphic.
What is that?
Sir,
What?
I get to ask the questions and you are to answer them subject to the judge's ruling. So my question is, couldn't you have created a graphic that would have better shown the issue that you are creating or talking about today? That's my question. Couldn't you have created a graphic?
We did. We created a whole bunch of graphics.
You called what we just saw a graphic?
Yes.
Well, if there's a gap, why isn't there then something that shows a clear gap?
Right.
Because when you have the angulation of the vehicles, you have perspective. When you're looking at it, even if you do a top down, you see everything projected onto a single flat plane. So you can't tell the height of things. So when you see things in this dimension, you can't necessarily see depth of things. So you lose in two-dimensional images, you lose one dimension depending on which way you're looking. That's why I showed it from.
You can see the gaps in between Lally's fingers here. You can see the gap in his nose holes between his hand and the paddle. So what are you saying, sir?
This is a graphic. What you
That
just
is
showed was a graphic. There's a graphic.
And also, he acts like he didn't create this photo or whatever he's talking about, the graphic. He acts like he didn't create it, like he doesn't have in full control of which angle he's looking at the picture in. Like if it's 3D, you just spin it around till you find a spot where you can see the gap, and then you take a screenshot. So what is this explanation like we can't see gaps? We can see gaps. I can see the gaps in between all Lally's hairs here.
From all these different angles to try and show
Yeah, the gap between his ears.
exactly what you're saying. We had graphics to do that.
3D images allow you to show perspectives for 360 degrees, correct?
Right.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
You couldn't
So-
find a single spot because they did collide.
None of what you presented in your slideshow shows the contact points from 360 degrees, does it?
I don't understand your question. Are you asking if I showed it at every single, I went through 360 slides?
You know, it would have been nice, like a clip of a screen recording of you doing a whole 360-degree turn around the two vehicles. And we'll just look for the gap ourselves.
I showed it at every single degree?
Sir, let's move
Yep,
on.
that's what I
think
want, a
I've made
video of it.
the point.
So I'm going to strike the comment,
Okay.
Mr. Leslie.
Dr. Welcher, let's go to the next
Mr.
topic.
Welcher.
And keep with these two depictions.
I hope you drop your glasses.
Are these two images point clouds or 3D images? Are these
Those
two-
are one and the same thing. They're yes.
I would use them as synonym. Which term of the two do you want to use? Point cloud or 3D images?
Both are fine. It's a 3D image composed of points, which
Okay,
I'll,
so let's just call them 3D images, so we
Okay.
can do this more quickly. The Lexus and the Chevy Traverse that are depicted there are both 3D images of those vehicles, correct?
correct,
And Aperture created the 3D images, correct?
correct.
Sir, did you do these scans and did you personally create these images?
No, one of the assistants at Aperture did.
Did
So
you do
you're
anything yourself?
speaking about what somebody else did at Aperture, correct?
They were doing it at my direction. And for example, the Lexus scan, I showed the photographs. You can see the gentleman that works at Aperture, Mike Morelli, was scanning them for me while I was doing the rest of the inspection. And then the hand scanning of the rear tail light was done by another engineer. I was out there with him doing it, taking measurements. And then same thing with the Chevy Traverse.
My question is, you didn't do the creation of these 3D images, did you?
It's an easy
Uh,
no.
The individual images, no.
All right, so let's go to these individual images. These are
Shut up.
3D images, is that your testimony?
Yes.
Let's look at the tail light.
Okay.
That's not a 3D image, that's a Photoshop, isn't it?
Nope.
Oh,
It's not
so
3D
your
at all.
testimony that tail light is a 3D image.
That absolutely is a 3D image. The way you can
So question, is it really a 3D image if you like compress it flat to paper? Wouldn't it being 3D mean we would be able to see all around it?
tell
I
is
think for the
when you
purposes
get
of what he's
I'm sorry,
talking
when
about,
you-
it's just a screenshot from the 3D image.
Okay, but if you're not providing the 3D image, then the image that you're showing us is not in 3D. You see what I'm saying? It's in 2D. If it's a screenshot of the 3D, you can say the original image that we took a 2D screenshot of was in 3D, but correct. The image we're looking at now is in 2D, not 3D.
Mhm.
But instead, he's still going to argue that it's 3D. Exactly, Fluffy Bunny. That's how I'm understanding it as well.
get up near the chrome,
Just argue
because
about
lasers don't
Oh,
like shiny
stop.
objects, you
Shut
start
up.
to get a scatter. So see all these dots here? If that was a photo, you wouldn't have these dots.
Let's go to the
But it
Chevy
is a
Traverse.
photo, sir.
Let's, Mr. Woke, zero in on the content, yeah.
What about that is not 2D?
There's grain on that tail light, in the tail light. That's a 3D image of a tail light, isn't it, sir?
They're both 3D images.
Well, I just want to stay with one. That tail light is a 3D image, and one of the ways you can tell is it's got all that grainy material on it.
Oh, the Lexus
Correct.
probably
Now
doesn't
let's go
have it.
back, Mr. Woke, to
Oh, it
the
doesn't.
Lexus.
Oh, it doesn't. What is that?
Let's now go to the bumper.
But do you want me to explain the
Oh,
difference?
no,
Okay.
thank you.
No, we want you
I
to
would
show-
like to go to the bumper. Do you see any grainy,
No.
the predominance of any grainy image on the bumper?
There's a little bit. So for example, when you get near edges, it has a hard time with edges.
I'm
So
sorry,
you-
the bumper cover.
Yeah, that's the
See
bottom.
the bumper
Th-
cover up above?
This whole thing is the bumper
This, where the glass was found, sir.
cover. That's the step pad. That's the rear body panel or the rear deck lid.
I'm talking about the step pad, sir.
I'm going to
Just
step
the step
outside.
pad of the bumper?
Are you asking about just from here to here?
Correct. The bumper, step
Can we
pad.
zoom in on it?
Pardon me?
Can we zoom in on it?
Sure. Do you see any?
Yeah, I see graininess.
Let's go over to.
Right in here. You can see it all through here. You see it through here.
Well, I'm talking about the step pad, not the entire bumper. I'm just talking about the step pad.
Right. So you're zooming in on the bumper.
Right.
The step pad is this structure up
We're,
here.
we're going to move up. It just takes a while. So your testimony is that is
Can you zoom in more?
that's you would like it zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Your testimony is that that is a 3D image, not a Photoshop step bumper cover. Is that correct?
So we have mapped the color over the 3D scans. We used 2 separate scanners. If you recall, when I got out to Miss Reed's vehicle, that taillight was gone. So we had to replace the taillight.
Talking about the bumper cover, not the taillight.
Okay, I'm explaining the process.
I just asking about the bumper cover, not the process.
So focus your answer on the bumper.
That is a laser
I'll
scan.
get the fucking answer, sir.
Okay, so your
That's a 3D
testimony
model.
is the step part of the bumper cover is a 3D image from a laser scan, and it's not a Photoshop. That's your testimony.
Absolutely.
And you didn't perform the work for the 3D that you claim the bumper step up is. You didn't do that work to produce that depiction, did you, sir? Somebody else in your firm did it.
So this is all done at my direction. The engineers that work for me, so I'm telling them what to do. I'm not the one punching the keys.
That's
I'm
my
saying,
question.
I need you to do this, 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 and this. Use the hand scanner, go scan the light. I need to put this back in because it was missing when we got to it. So no, I'm not punching the keys.
Okay, so
Okay. Come on over, please.
So the answer is no. You didn't take the fucking picture. Why does it need to be so complicated?
I'm going to fast
So
forward.
the answer is no. You didn't take the fucking. Hey,
I
hear me.
just said in the chat that just when I think I could be an attorney,
with regard
a witness like this shows me do not have the patience,
No, I would totally Jackson this guy.
the calm. I don't know why Jackson's not handling this. Isn't he an engineer?
Probably
Wasn't he an
because-
engineer in the army or something?
He was, but I
He
think
should. I like
there was-
Alessi.
I think probably because Alessi can create a more calm environment than Jackson can.
Oh, this doesn't call for calm. Yeah, I'm a Jackson, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
With regard to, no, we don't need him back up, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that 3D images allow for proper and most accurate measurements as opposed to 2D images? Is that a correct general statement?
I mean, generally, yeah.
Okay, that's my question. So let's go to the next topic. Let's talk about hydraulics on the Lexus SUV. What type of hydraulic system does the Lexus SUV have?
So it has a mechanism, I believe it's actually pneumatic. It's air-based system that raises it up and down.
Do you know what the name of that system is, sir?
No, not off the top of my head.
Do you know how it works
I do.
specifically?
Well, I mean, I know generally that there's a button on the interior where you can raise and lower the ride height.
And is that the extent of your knowledge of that system on the Lexus?
No, I know when you park it, it'll drop down the ride height. When you adjust it for different roadway conditions, it'll change the ride height.
Do you know what the height tolerances are? In other words, the lowest to the highest?
I believe it's around 1.25 inches. At one point in time, I measured it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
So you believe it's 1.25 inches up and 1.25 inches down? How do you apply the 1.25 inches?
I recall the total being like 1.25 inches, but I measured it at one point in time. I just don't remember off the top of my head.
Would you be surprised to hear that the tolerance is 5 inches on that vehicle?
I would be surprised. I don't recall it being that much, but I would need to double check.
Assume
Mhm.
that the manual as well as other informations support that the tolerance is 5 inches and that specifically the vehicle can be raised 3 inches high and it can be lowered 2 inches. That's the basis for the 5. What was the suspension height of Miss Reed's Lexus that you used for your accident reconstruction analysis out front at 34 Fairview between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022 to determine whether it was possible for the spoiler on the back of the Lexus to make contact with the eye of Mr. O'Keefe? If it was even possible, what did you use for a measurement
We
of the suspension?
matched the measurements from when the vehicle was tested, I believe on February 1st at the Canton Police Department.
What match did you make?
So we aligned the bottom of the taillight, actually the sheet metal right below the taillight. So we adjusted the height of the Lexus to match that.
Did you in any place document what level the Lexus was at the time of any testing, meaning the suspension? Did you document at all?
Yes.
Where?
Slide 107.
Can we have slide 107, Mr. Wolf?
And then if you could zoom in on the lower photograph, the gentleman with the blue shirt. Zoom in a little more, please. So if I may, we matched the bottom of the sheet metal here to photographs when it was at the Canton Police Department.
Sir, my question is, where did you document whether the suspension was at 0, whether it was +3 or -2? Where did you document that?
Right here.
And what are the numbers of the documentation of that?
I don't know. We were matching the photos. So I don't care what the numbers are. I care that the height is the same.
Okay, so I just heard you say, if I heard correctly, you don't care what the suspension is at. Is that your testimony?
No, I don't care what the suspension number is as long as the heights match.
I understand. I understand. So what was the suspension height of Miss Reed's Lexus at 5:07 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, while at One Meadows and colliding with the Chevy Traverse? What was the suspension height then?
We assumed it was the same as when it was at the Canton Police Department.
Oh, that's
Exactly.
totally
You
using the
assumed,
scientific method.
But
You
there's
just
no
assumed shit.
measurement like was just on that depiction. There was no note that said, okay, we're doing this very important and inches sensitive measurements to see whether the tail light on the Lexus makes contact with the Traverse, but there's no measurement and no documentation of what the suspension height was at One Meadows, correct?
So we took the closest measurement in time to the One Meadows event, which is when it was at the Canton Police Department. That was the best information we had.
Well, that information isn't very good because the vehicle had to go from Canton to One Meadows. And when the vehicle drives, the way the suspension system works, it's automatic. When you go above 20 miles an hour, the suspension comes up. And when you turn off the vehicle, it goes down so you can get out easier. So it would be improper to assume that the suspension at One Meadows would be the same at another location.
That's the only, sorry,
Was there an objection? Yeah. Go ahead and answer, please.
that's the extent of the information we had. We had it when it was at the Canton Police Department.
That's-
We matched that height.
Sorry, sir. I understand.
But actually, you brought up a good point. It's going so slow when it's backing up that it wouldn't raise up. So the static position when it's backing up would be the static position.
But it wouldn't be going in backup from the Canton Police Department to One Meadows. It wouldn't be going back up when it's going in other locations, sir, right? It would be driving forward. It had to get from point A to point B.
Right, but as you pointed out, when you turn it off, it drops down, and then you turn it on, and then once you go above 20, as you indicated, it goes up. But when she's backing up, she never goes more than a couple miles an hour. So it's going to be at the same position as when you start, which is approximately the same position when it's off at the Canton Police Department a couple days later.
Do you know whether the suspension system locks when there is testing of the infotainment system?
Whether the suspensions, I don't know.
Okay, let's go on to the next topic.
That had to be hard for him to say.
You're
that.
aware of the vehicle control, excuse me, Your Honor.
I think
Thank
the
you, Your Honor. I
gentleman
want to
he's
go
referring to is
changing
the
topics to go back
cover.
now to Fairview, 34 Fairview. You don't know what the suspension ride height at 34 Fairview was on January 29th of 2022, do you?
Correct.
So therefore, if you don't know what the suspension height was, because of course you weren't there on January 29, 2022. Therefore there's no measuring stick, as you say, you assert that you would have accounted for it in your methodology. So you don't have the suspension height for that key day, do you, sir?
I only have it 2 days later.
All right. So when you talk about key measurements, such as the spoiler on the top of the Lexus and the inches that are important as to whether things such as, is there a contact with the front eye, you don't have some data that would be relevant to that calculation, the sum data being the suspension height of the Lexus at that time, do you?
So we have
No, you
some
don't.
data. We have photos.
You don't have the data for the night of the 20 or the early morning hours of the 29th, which is when it is relevant to if it hit the spoiler, hit his eye or not. You don't have that. That's what he wants to know if you have.
Of the vehicle 2 days later. We don't know the exact height outside because, as you alluded to, we don't have a measurement on January 29th of it, but we do have it 2 days later. That's the source of the measurement.
You don't have the suspension height or the setting of the suspension of the Lexus that existed on January 29th, 2022, do you?
Correct.
Now let's go on to another topic. Within the 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, I'm not going to go over them, but you asserted various measurements, height, width, with regard to the Lexus, correct? It wasn't just for the spoiler at the top, correct?
Correct.
And for all those other measurements that you talked about, you did not have the suspension height and the suspension setting of the hydraulic system of the Lexus on January 29th, 2022, did you?
So the hydraulic's only going to affect the vertical dimensions. It doesn't change anything left to right. It doesn't change anything down the side of the car.
Understood. But for the measurements that are affected by vertical, you didn't have the suspension height of the Lexus system on January 29th, 2022.
Again, I only know what it is 2 days later.
So now let's go on to vehicle control history. Sir, you understand what I mean by vehicle control history of
Do? This is
VCH?
text stream information.
Are you aware of what is called the Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles?
Of course, we showed it on my slides.
And the Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles is sometimes referred to as the black box.
No, you're mixing up two things. So the Bosch is like the tools.
It's a question, sir.
So you answer that with a yes or no?
Is the Bosch crash data retrieval system the black box on Lexus?
Yes or no,
vehicles?
bitch?
I just wanted to repeat it so we can.
I didn't hear what the objection. You objected?
I'd like him to be able to finish his answers.
So
shut
the
up,
question was
Amy.
just asked. Can you answer that question?
Yes or no?
No, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
It doesn't make
Next question,
sense.
Mr. Wilson.
I'm going to ask the question, sir. The Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles, you're familiar with that? Are you familiar with it?
There is no such thing in the Lexus.
A Lexus does not have a Bosch crash data retrieval system?
No.
Have you read the report of Trooper Paul,
Yes.
the May 2023? Does that report not use the exact words posh? Let me ask this. Do you recall?
Sustain. The
Okay.
objection sustained.
Let's go to the VCH system in Lexuses. Is the VCH system in?
So my husband works for Bosch Automotive, so he is very excited to hear that his that stuff that he deals with is actually being talked about in the trial. Just wanted to throw that out there.
He probably knows more about it than this guy. I'm
That's what
assuming
I was wondering. I just texted him. I'm like, are you home? Come here so that you can actually hear what they're saying about it. Because I'd sent him like Trooper Paul's Bosch report.
Mhm.
So let's see what he says.
Intended by Lexus as a diagnostic tool for their technicians, Lexus technicians, to assist in vehicle repair and maintenance. Is that what that is created for?
That's their stated purpose.
Right. And is a synonym for VCH TechStream?
Sort of. TechStream, similar, like Bosch is the hardware and software to access the black box data. TechStream is the software to access, for example, the pre-collision system, the PCS system, and the VCH, which is the vehicle control history. So TechStream which does a lot of other stuff, but does access that information.
You just mentioned Bosch, didn't you, sir?
So Bosch is not in the Lexus. You use Bosch stuff sold by Bosch, Bosch software and hardware, and you walk up to the Lexus with all the Bosch stuff and plug it in and download the event data recorder, the EDR, the black box. That was my problem. There is no
Understood.
Bosch stuff in the Lexus.
I understand, sir. That was going to be the question that I was trying to get to, but you've explained it, so I don't have to answer the question. Let's go to the VCH database that you say the stated purpose is to assist technicians at Lexus in vehicle repair and maintenance.
So I didn't say that was a
Yes,
stated
you did.
purpose. I'm saying that's what Lexus or Toyota
You definitely said that it's used like as a diagnostic tool by mechanics, that's what it is.
says is a stated purpose. It's being used in litigation all the time. All I know is that's what Lexus and Toyota says. But again, it came about right when we started seeing all the sudden accelerations in the Toyota vehicles.
So my question is the VCH database specific to Toyota and Lexus vehicles?
So it's not a database, it's software.
Is the software specific
Oh my
to
God.
Lexus and Toyota? The VCH?
Those particular acronyms are, yes.
Right, gray space.
Want to move to another topic, and we are almost finished. We have just two more topics, sir. How common were VCH events when Miss Reed owned the Lexus?
In 2022,
That's
you
when
know
she
the ownership period of Miss Reed with respect to the Lexus. Do you know how long she owned it?
I have that documentation. I don't know off the top of my head.
Do you have an approximate?
8 months.
No, I mean, it was a 2021 vehicle. Our accident's January
I know it's 8 months, and I haven't been paid almost $500,000 or $400,000.
29, 2022. But I did get that information.
Do you know how many VCH events were associated with
think it was
the
like 30.
Lexus of Miss Reed?
I did not count them, no. I have them all.
Do you
I was
have-
only focused on the ones around our time period.
Exactly. but do you have the number of events? Do you know how many there were?
I could get it for you.
How long would it take, sir?
3 minutes?
Oh, God.
Why don't we come back to it
Okay.
and we'll see if it's.
How about I start this so that we don't have to wait for it to boot up? And then when we come back to it, it's ready to go. You
As
okay
long
with
as
that?
that's all you're looking at, sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, because we don't
And
trust
then
you.
pick your head up, please, so I can
Sir.
finish these. two
Mr.
Please,
topics.
go ahead.
So how often were VCH events recorded on the Lexus before January 29th of 2022?
Man, I have to pull this data up.
Fair
to-
enough, fair
to
enough.
answer that
I
question.
assume that's going to be in what you're also pulling up.
That's the goal here.
Now we're
Would
all
the number be about 15? Does that sound right to you?
Let's see. 1, 2.
I don't trust that that's what all he's looking at.
You check back chat.
Yeah.
There's 18.
18. So there were your records show that there were 18 VCH events recorded on Miss Reed's Lexus, correct?
Before the subject one.
Right. Did you conclude that any of those events, other than the 1162-2, were a collision?
No.
Now let's go to reverse recorded events. Can you tell how many of those 18 events were reverse recorded events? And you know what I mean by reverse recorded events? The
Yes.
vehicle going in reverse? How
Correct.
many of those events were the vehicle going in reverse?
And this is before.
4. Other than,
He asked
No, no,
you,
I
is
said
this
before.
before?
yes, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I guess the answer is 4.
I would have to pull up the PCS file.
Could you start that and I can continue on with the questioning?
I got to. So the PCS file is
God.
I have a second laptop that
Here's
has
what I'm going to
texturing.
do. That's not important for me to keep going and get through it.
Okay.
So let's just stay on.
Now you have
the
another
events,
laptop you
okay?
want to open? No. No one trusts you.
Only one of all of those events, those 18, are you concluding that there was a collision associated with them, correct? Just one.
No, all those 18 are before. The collision
Yeah.
is number 19.
No, I'm saying, I understand what you're saying, but for all the other events
any of
that are
them collision?
recorded, you're not, other than the January 29, 1162-2, you're not concluding that any of those were collisions, correct?
I didn't look at them. They were so far mileage away from everything.
But you're not concluding, even though they were so far
So the
away
answer
and
is
you
no,
didn't
you're
look
not
at them,
concluding that.
you don't conclude from the information you have that any of them were a collision, correct?
Right.
Sustained.
Let's go to 5:07 a.m. on January 29th, 2022 at One Meadows, the home of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay.
There was a collision
Yeah.
between Ms. Reed's 6,000-pound Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's approximately 4,500 Chevy Traverse. That's undisputed, correct? They collided, they made contact,
They touched.
right?
Mm.
But the actual collision at One Meadows did not register the recording of an event on the Lexus VCH system, did it?
Correct. Too minor.
So, however, you want this jury, sir, to conclude that the glancing blow that you contend occurred at 34 Fairview Road
Mhm.
by the same 6,000-pound Lexus in contact with a mere 216-pound man did register
Not even a 216-pound man. You're talking about like just his arm.
an event on the Lexus, correct?
No, the impact didn't register the event. As I pointed out, the trigger was from when the accelerator pedal went to 30%. The tech stream does not register crashes at all.
Right.
It registers excessive acceleration, excessive steering, excessive braking, things like that, things that would be part of the maintenance system. So the tech stream will never register an event, even if you hit a wall at 100 miles an hour necessarily. I mean, it'll cause fault codes and things like that, but that's not what it does. The trigger here was transitioning into reverse and then gunning the accelerator pedal in reverse. And so when it went from 30 up to 74% throttle, once it went over 30 in that transition, that's what triggered the tech stream. It had nothing to do with, and that's why I'm telling you, I don't know when in that event the impact occurred, because the tech stream doesn't tell you that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Exactly my point. The tech stream information doesn't tell you when a collision occurs.
Or even that it was a
Correct.
collision. Doesn't even tell you there was a collision.
That's all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor.
All right, why don't we take our morning recess, Charles?
Why are we having any recesses if
Yeah.
it's a half day?
Everybody's just going to leave anyway.
I thought she said that she wasn't going to do any breaks. Look,
She was
look
doing
how
a
long
20-minute break today. She was doing one 20-minute break.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
We redirect, Mr. Brennan?
Of course there is.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brandon.
You were asked some
Actually,
questions.
it's morning, but yes.
Oh, he's entirely like a different person now. Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
You were asked some questions about the ring video from Meadows, which was John O'Keefe's home. And you were asked whether you're aware if the cameras had changed over time.
Correct.
The fact that the camera was replaced, does that any way affect your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about your
Oh, that's so
conclusions
annoying.
relative to that touching between the cars?
Absolutely not. It would have shown up as increased error when we overlaid the point clouds
Bro, shut
onto
up.
the photos or the point clouds onto the video. If it was an error, it would have showed an error.
Do you have any concern whatsoever that any of the information from the scan is in any way tainted, compromised, or inadequate?
That would be very hard to do. You literally press a button and stand there and watch it, and the laser does its thing. So I have absolutely no reason to disbelieve it. Additionally, again, if it was messed up, once you laid it over on top of the photograph, it would show the difference. So no, the data's fine.
Is there any evidence whatsoever that you've seen that any parts of your presentation were photoshopped?
No.
You were asked questions about the suspension of the motor vehicle of the defendant's Lexus. Do you have any information that the suspension at any point was changed?
No.
Yesterday, you were asked a number of questions
No one said it was changed. You said you don't know what it was.
about formulas. You took out your calculator and you were asked about different variables. Were those variables hypotheticals or were they related to this specific case?
So they seemed hypothetical. Again, you have to be careful when you're talking about failure forces on biomechanical things. For example, if you impact the hand with a, say, 1-inch narrow metal bar, that's a lot different than if you have a broad, say, plastic taillight or rear body panel. So when you have distributed loads, you can take much more. I told you guys about sitting on the bed, like how much you sink in.
Yeah, we
That's
remember.
an example of spreading your load out. When you spread the load out, you don't sink in as much. So same thing with, forces on your body. If you take this pencil, I don't have to press very hard for it to pull in. But if I spread it out, I have to press much harder. So you have to look at the distribution of the load when you're talking about the failure. So when you look at the failure loads, it depends on what you're doing it with. If I hit you with a 5-pound 2x4 or a 5-pound pillow, they're both 5 pounds, but you'd much rather get hit by the pillow than the 2x4.
When you were asked questions about communications, when you would have communications with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps to secretly hide your communications? Apps like Signal?
No, I don't have any of those.
Oh, Hank, you fucking
So the
idiot.
form of the question, ask it differently.
When you were
Wow.
communicating with members of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps like Signal to communicate?
I still stand by my stance that it's possible the reason only one defense attorney had communications with only one expert from Aperture via Signal is because the federal government didn't want the people they were literally investigating to be aware of all communications between those two. That is my opinion. It's going to stay that way too.
I'm going to allow it.
No, I mean, I don't even know what that is.
Would you ever use an encrypted app so those communications couldn't be tracked?
No.
Would you ever have any reason?
Is like iMessage encrypted? I know WhatsApp is encrypted. Like saying no seems a little bit like jumping the gun. I bet you do use encrypted apps. You just don't even know.
As a professional for doing that?
Sustained.
You were asked about confirmation bias. You remember those questions?
He's terrified of
Could I
argue.
have slide 33 of your PowerPoint, please?
I'm sorry, what number?
Slide 33.
Give me a second.
He's so scared of ARCA, it's not even funny.
$33.
You could zoom that in, please. A little larger so we can see it.
I cannot do it with one monitor.
You can't do it any closer than that?
Not since I took down. Oh, hold on. Oh, here we go. Which part do you want me to zoom in?
Miss Gilman can zoom in for you.
Sorry? Which part?
Miss Gilman's going to do it for you.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Jesus.
If you could zoom in, please. Okay. On shift position signal, going forward, then neutral and reverse, does that data suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's strictly electronic data.
When we look over at the vehicle speed, can we go to the left a little bit? Down. Vehicle speed ending at 2361 miles per hour. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, again, these are direct readings from the vehicle. Again, that speed on this here, you have to correct for the slippage, which I do later on in the slide, but that is a direct reading from what the speedometer is seeing.
Acceleration at the end of that 10-second window, 74%. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's a direct reading of a sensor. That's objective information.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Wow, that redirect was garbage.
Anything, Mr. Lessie?
Your Honor.
Did
How
did Alessi
strange.
say-
He said I
did
do.
Alessi
You're
say no recross? Oh, he said I do. Okay.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welchure, you were just asked questions about slide 33, which is a slide about text stream data. You acknowledge that text stream data, what you have called a trigger, like was on that slide, does not tell you if a collision even occurred,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
With regard to the topic of confirmation bias that you were just asked about in slide 33, Am I correct that all of the questions that Attorney Brennan just asked you were about data on that slide, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All that's on that slide is data, correct?
How do you ask me more questions than just this slide?
But were the questions just about data?
On that
On
slide.
this slide, it was just about data.
Correct. But confirmation bias is really aimed at opinions and conclusions and alternative hypotheses. Isn't that what confirmation bias gets at?
So
Mm-hmm.
generally, yes. Again, I started this case with
It was
the
just a question.
hypothesis,
Go ahead, sir, go ahead.
with the hypothesis that the Lexus didn't contact Mr. O'Keefe. And
Bullshit.
so
No.
it's called
You're a
the
liar.
You started this with that the Lexus didn't contact the Traverse.
Yeah. And then it did
He's a liar.
contact Ron O'Keefe. He's a liar.
He literally did an experiment to specifically show that it did. You don't see
he's
any
like,
other
what do you mean?
experiments. You do not see any other experiments that he did to try to determine what it did come in contact with.
null hypothesis that this didn't happen. And then I look at evidence to either include or exclude the null hypothesis. So theoretically, my confirmational bias starts with a bias that it didn't happen.
No, sir. You are a liar.
Can you point to one document that shows that you analyzed
Any
whether
other
there
area.
was no contact between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
Mhm.
For one document. Was there one
No.
document on your slide presentation, for example, that
No.
analyzed the null hypothesis, as you call it, there being no contact at all? Was there any slide in your direct testimony?
So remember what I said, we start with hypothesis, we get more data, we whittle down our hypothesis to the final answer. I mean, I had 130 slides. I suspect I bored some of these people to death already. So I didn't include everything. There's thousands of photographs in here. There was a bunch of testing I did with the Lexus
Yes, I know.
about backing, pedestrian detection that, removed
All of
certain
that
hypotheses.
hit him.
So if I was able to eliminate a hypothesis, I didn't present it here.
Sir, my question is not about.
All the slides show that, to answer your question.
Sir, my question is there any slide that says alternative hypothesis to whatever the label is, whatever the term, that says no contact between the Lexus vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe? Is there any document that you presented to the jury that shows that?
Any document where those words are written on it?
Correct.
No.
And to work through hypotheses, different ones, and to see whether there's confirmation bias, have you heard of scientists refer that as showing your math, so to speak, in working through hypotheses, documenting each hypothesis and how and why you rejected them? Have you heard of that term in the scientific world, show your math with confirmation biases and alternative hypotheses? Just a question. Have you heard the idiom, the phrase, show your math?
Your question is, have I ever heard show your math, period?
Yes.
Associated with the application of various hypotheses to avoid confirmation bias. Have you heard of that term used in that conjunction?
Not really in that
Okay.
context. It's probably, I understand where you're going with it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
No further questions.
Yeah, stop talking.
Dr. Welcher, you were all set.
Oh my God, thank you.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, we're all
Give me a
happy
minute to
too,
pack up,
sir.
and I will be out.
Unfortunately, he'll be
Fuck
back.
out. I hope nobody ever hires you again, you piece of shit.
He'll be back.
Oh,
Why is
man.
everybody
getting up and
Thank you.
leaving?
Right.
Why isn't he leaving?
Excuse me?
Okay, so we can do that now if you want to. So Travis says, criminality Sleuthie, are you going to do something in the afternoon after the witness and court adjourns? If so, could you please consider showing the outcome of the motions to exclude ARCA 1. Are you talking about from trial 1?
No, that didn't exist in trial 1.
Right. Well, I think Lolly didn't want them in because he didn't want to use them, but I don't remember
No,
there being. But just this in this one, we can talk about that now. Gray Space is up with us. Wait, hold on. I gotta figure out where to put us though. Hold on.
There.
How do we do it? There we go. Hi, Gray Space.
Hello.
Okay, so are you pulling your hair out?
Yeah, kind of. It's just
All right. Tell us your thoughts.
so Hank comes on like the weasel he is, and
We all,
Bev,
happened several.
and he's basically like, well, this data doesn't have any confirmation bias in it, right? But the whole reason they're even looking at that tech stream event as the point where the collision happened is because of Trooper Paul, right? Because that was the only data he could get off of the system. And even so, he'd already decided, right away that it was a collision. And if I remember correctly, he didn't have the training to analyze that tech stream data for like a full year later until like February of 2023.
Right.
And that's when he came up with his thing where he's like, oh, between like the 9 and 9.5 seconds, the vehicle speed decreases without the acceleration pedal being like let up on it all. And there's a change in the steering direction from 0.45 to negative 0.45 degrees. And he's like, that's where it hits John, right?
Oh,
and
yes.
When you use the accelerometer data the way that Judd did and the way that I did like 6 weeks ago when I was going through the data myself, that dip in speed doesn't exist in the accelerometer data. Like the increase in speed is smooth from when the acceleration starts until the end of the data set. And so they've totally abandoned what Trooper Paul's reason was for why he's saying, oh, this trigger event shows the collision, but they've stuck with, well, it must still be, that still must be what this is. And he's like, well, we don't know when in this it happened, but we know it did happen. It's like, if you don't know when in this data it happened, you don't know that it happened in this data.
Well, so this is one of the things we were talking about the other two, Gray. So when Trooper Paul is going through all the trigger cycles and he's saying, yes, like 1162 is the event where John is hit. Like that's the bottom line. It's like 1162.1 shows the 3-point turn. Therefore, 1162.2 has to be when John is hit. And you're right. I forgot about the whole 4.5 to negative 4. I forgot all about that. And then, so this was one of the things I was thinking this morning when they were going over all the things of Trooper Paul and how he had to use Trooper Paul's information. He couldn't do it all on his own. Well, he's saying he downloaded it all himself. Well, he didn't. He didn't download any of it himself. He took the data from Burgess.
No, he actually, I believe that Welcher did download the text stream because Burgess said he never looked at the text stream except for the timestamps on it. He never looked
Burgess
at it.
Only downloaded the infotainment stuff.
Yeah, you forget that Burgess only did the infotainment stuff to get all the times.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I keep putting that together as the same, like not the same, but that he did all of it. Okay, so then, okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Okay, Gray, for anybody who doesn't know Gray, can you just tell him why you're so damn smart?
Sorry, you cut out a little bit for me for a second.
For anybody who doesn't know you, can you just tell them a little bit about your background and why you're so damn smart?
Oh, yeah. So
just in case they don't, I feel like everybody should know, but I don't know if they do.
Yeah. So I'm currently a PhD student in astronomy and astrophysics. I am at the end of my 5th year, so hopefully I'll graduate in another year or so. And I have my master's, which I got when I finished the classes part of my PhD program. And I also have a bachelor's from Caltech in astrophysics with a minor in geological and planetary sciences. So I know a lot of physics, and also from that minor and also my dual title program at my graduate institution in astrobiology, I have like a lot of weirdly broad background in things like rocks and atmospheric science and biology and DNA and stuff like that. So just like a lot of relevant things to this case and kind of a lot of cases.
Okay, so that's a lot, number one. And you're, I'm not gonna say like your age or anything, but you're not very old. You've accomplished quite a bit at a younger
I mean,
age.
I'll say I'm 26.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. So where did this interest in all of this come from? As somebody who has zero interest in physics, my oldest son is more like you. Where did this come from for you?
Well, I went to like fancy Montessori preschool when I was little, and I learned all about like the solar system and shit when I was pretty young. And I kind of went on a meandering path for a long time, as one does, of careers that I wanted to do. But in high school, I did Science Olympiad, and one of the events is astronomy. And so ever since around high school, I've wanted to do astronomy. And you have to do a lot of physics first before you can apply the physics to the space stuff. But then also in 10th grade, I took bio for the first time, and I had a really good biology teacher in high school. And then I took AP bio the next year, because nowadays they changed the AP bio exam. So it's designed to be a second year bio course after you take a year of bio already.
Okay.
So I took it as an elective my junior year, and with the same teacher, and really liked it. So I had like a little crisis where I was like, but what if I want to do biology instead? And then I figured out astrobiology.
Astrobiology.
Yeah. So I still mostly at this point do the astronomy part. But I do have a lot of sort of interdisciplinary connections with geoscience and biology.
I love it.
Yeah. And then my junior and senior year at doing Science Olympiad, the topic of the astronomy event was specifically exoplanets, which is what I study now. And I was like, this is sick, and I want to study this. And in like what seems like a pretty rare thing, even amongst people who do astronomy, I've stayed in that same subfield since I started doing research in undergrad.
What is say the subfield again?
Exoplanets. So it's detecting and characterizing planets around other stars.
Break that down even further for me. Go ahead and tell me, like, so what do you actually look at? So
it's interesting because exoplanets are tiny, right? So we can't, for the most part, we can't see them. There's like maybe 60 known exoplanets we've actually directly imaged. But for the most part, what you're doing when you're looking for an exoplanet is you're studying the host star, the star it's orbiting, really, really specifically, to look for the impacts that the planet being there has on the star. So, for example, one of the way that we found most planets is you look at the star for a long time really closely, and you look for like a tiny dip in the brightness that has a specific shape. That means that basically the planet has passed in front of the surface of the star in between us and the star and blocked a tiny bit of the light that we would be receiving.
And you're studying to determine that that's happening or when it's happening?
Yeah, so we look at like a lot of different, we look at like basically all of the nearest stars all the time with different types of instruments to just look for more planets. And the more planets we find, the more we can learn about like, how many planets is normal to be around a star, what types of planets are most normal to be around a star. And stuff like that. And that can help us learn stuff if we get like a big sample and can kind of make generalizations. That helps us learn about how planets actually form. And like, because for a really long time, up until literally the first exoplanet was discovered in the 90s, but we've been doing planetary science for a lot longer than that. And all of our theories up till then were only based on the like architecture of the solar system, which turns out is like not necessarily the most common. And so a lot of our theories about planet formation like were flipped on their heads when exoplanets started being discovered. And so theories still are changing all the time, and we kind of have no idea how planets form, but it's really cool.
Okay, so I have this is my question, because this is a generational thing.
Mhm.
So I'm 45, you're 26, so there's a 20-year age difference about.
Yeah.
Pluto should be a planet,
No.
or you think?
I have specific reasons for this because Mike Brown, the guy who is responsible for Pluto no longer being a planet, was one of my favorite professors at Caltech.
So you think it should not be a planet?
Correct.
It should remain an exoplanet.
It's not an exoplanet, it's a dwarf planet.
A dwarf planet.
Correct.
So you think that when I make models of the solar system for my kids in school, that I shouldn't be able to include Pluto anymore? You're in agreement with this?
The thing is, Pluto, there are dwarf planets. There are other dwarf planets that are bigger than Pluto, right?
But Pluto was a planet.
Pluto was a planet, and then Mike Brown in the early 2000s discovered Eris, which is a little further out than Pluto and is bigger than Pluto. And they were like, okay, what are we going to do? Are we going to add a 10th planet? And then they also discovered like Sedna, which is another one. And
so because they discovered these other ones that are bigger than Pluto, they made the decision to make Pluto a dwarf planet along with these other ones.
Yeah, so they actually, what they did was they defined based on like orbital parameters and stuff what a planet actually is. So there's like 3 or 4 criteria that you have to meet to be a planet, and Pluto does not meet them.
Well, but those were not, those are requirements that are new. They are
relatively new because they didn't want to. The thing is, there's like, Pluto is out in what we call the Kuiper belt, which, you know, we have like the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. The Kuiper belt is like another big belt of objects that's out past Neptune and has a ton of things like Pluto in it. Pluto's just the first one we found. And so
therefore it should have its standing, since it was one of the first ones found.
I mean, it can be like an honorary planet, but there is a scientific, I mean, it's not even that scientific, it's kind of arbitrary, so it doesn't super matter, but there's like a definition that divides the line between like, okay, this is what we're going to call planets and this is what we're going to call dwarf planets. And Pluto doesn't like make that cut, but we didn't even know necessarily that there was a cut to make before that.
Yeah, it's you change the line and then Pluto doesn't make it anymore. But if the line was where it had stayed before, we would have more planets instead of less.
Yes. But there's also there is reasons for there's like planet dynamics for planet formation kinds of reasons why they decided, you know, how big a planet has to be a planet.
Okay, so I have one more major, well, I actually have 2 questions, great, just on this off topic that has nothing to do with anything we're actually discussing.
No,
so
I love talking about this.
I'll say hi to Marco too. Hi, Marco, thanks for popping up. I'll get whatever you want to say, I'll get to you in just a minute, but I got to ask these 2 questions that have nothing to do with anything. Number one, it's not a question. I argue with my oldest child about whether Pluto should be a planet all the time because he agrees with you and I don't, just because I was raised where it was, damn it.
Yeah.
So, okay, so next question, totally off topic. Star Wars or Star Trek? Which one's more realistic?
Realistic? I don't know. I don't watch. I mean, I've seen the Star Wars movies. I've seen each of the Star Wars movies once, and I've never watched any Star Trek.
Ooh, okay. All right. And then to go back into a little bit about Dr. Welchure, what do you think about Alexis taking off into space? Possible or probable?
Neither. Again, my answer to this is unless there is a data point in that tech stream data that shows the Lexus going 11 kilometers per second, which is the escape velocity of Earth, then probably not.
So not possible, not probable either. If it's not possible, not probable. It's not realistic.
Not probable. The level of possible is like, well, it's possible it went on the curb. It's also possible it went into space. I'm like, the level of possible you're talking about for these two events is not the same.
So how do you feel about an engineer taking the stand in a murder trial, saying that Alexis could fly into space? Is possible?
I dislike it.
Firmly in the dislike column. I got it.
I firmly dislike it for sure. I don't like anything about his attitude. It's very blasé. He's very like, why would you even talk to me?
You're beneath me. Stop even asking me these questions. You don't even know what you're talking
I'm
about.
calling the jury these people. I'm like, I'm sure they love that.
So hi, Marco. What's going on with you?
Hello there. Just working and being earlobes deep in the retrial of Karen Reed is something that I was not into the first trial. Something caught my eye. I'm entering my true crime era, I guess. And as I was looking for places to watch the court that was in session, I stumbled upon Sleuthie Goosie's incredible Google Doc from the first trial. Us at work here, we love Google Docs for everything, much to our company's chagrin. And was so impressed by that I was like, I'm going to watch the commentary and stuff through you guys, and met some great people in the chats and great intake on legal matters, and just think it was cool. And then I saw this. I used to run a podcast on StreamYard as well, so I was like, let me see what's going on here, and here I am. I also get excited when I put something in the chat and I make it on the screen. I'm of course here. I'm here at work, and I tell my assistant manager, like, oh, look, I made it on the screen. This is great.
So you used to run a podcast. What was the what genre? Like, what did you talk about?
It was a bunch of, it was called Dads with Bacon. They still do their thing, mostly sports and gaming and pop culture. And eventually I had to make a move to, I was in Chicago, now I'm down in North Carolina. So I had to put some stuff on hold. So I'll get back on the airwaves shortly and start up another podcast and talk stuff.
Dads with Bacon?
Yeah. So
why does that sound familiar to me?
So funnily, like, so it doesn't get a lot of views on like YouTube, and the statistics aren't showing that it's getting seen by a lot of people. But I was in a Waffle House in North Carolina, and somebody recognized me and was like, where do I know you from? And I'm like, well, I'm new to the area. He's like, no, on the internet. And I was like, Dads with Bacon? He's like, yeah. And I was like, wow, that's
I'm gonna look it up, because that actually sounds very familiar to me. Like something my husband has shown me.
I would love to know if they're, still getting out there, even though the YouTube algorithm and things are it's a tricky game. I know you guys are probably well aware of that. But it was just a bunch of dads just kind of getting together, and mostly like late at night, so we're all tired, but we want to talk sports.
Do you like a lot of Facebook videos, or like Instagram or TikTok, like shorter videos like that by chance?
Yep. We were out there trying to get some shorts out and get some Instagram reels going, and we were doing some stuff out there. So they're out there.
I want you to know that I, number one, love dads, and number two, I fucking love bacon. So I mean, I don't know how I wouldn't love Dads with Bacon. Like, that just seems like a given.
It's a great name. It's got the nickname of the guy that started it. His nickname was Bacon because he loves bacon like everybody else. And so it was a cool thing. He does a lot for gaming and the youth and getting people into STEM and excelling in building communities within learning, how to build games, how to,
maybe I know it from my son then.
So,
I don't know. I'm going to look, because I'm telling you, I know that name. I know dads with bacon. I don't know why I know it, but I do know it. Because it's obviously something that sticks out to you, but I don't remember which male in my household talked about it, and for whatever reason. I'll ask them. They'll know. They have a way better memory than I do.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, they're still doing their thing on Mondays, and it's love the
Do you guys
support.
eat bacon while you're live?
Well, I try not to eat. That's the worst, right? Hearing people eat. But yeah, we could definitely do bacon tips, cooking tips. We had a whole show on cooking and what to do with bacon. So it was great.
Okay, so I have a very serious question for you. Do you like crispy bacon or gooey bacon?
Yeah, I will. If I'm making bacon in the morning, I'm taking one right out of the package and I'm eating it raw.
Oh my
raw
God!
Oh yeah. So
Marco, I don't know if we can be friends.
there's no bad bacon. It's like people that say, how do you like your coffee? Just give me the coffee. Oh, it's got a lot of cream in it. All right, fine. Oh, it's black. All right, great. Yeah, we got that.
So you just don't care. You're just like, give me bacon.
Just give me bacon, and I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the rest later.
Part of me just died a little bit. Okay, so your friend whose nickname is Bacon, does he eat crispy bacon?
I think he's a crispy bacon guy. Yeah.
Okay, I like him.
There's probably more crispy bacon people in the world than there are flimsy bacon.
Okay, you are a wild man. Okay, so what do you think of candied bacon?
So there was a bit of I had bacon fatigue. They're putting it on donuts. They're putting it on everything. So the bacon flavoring and just adding bacon to everything can pump the brakes on that. But candied bacon I'd eat it. I'd eat it.
Okay.
You give me bacon or Dr. Pepper. I just had some Dr. Pepper beef jerky.
You just redeemed yourself. Beef jerky and Dr. Pepper is where it is at.
Yeah.
So candied bacon is good. Candied bacon is very good. There's bacon fatigue. All right, let's get back to topic. Thank you both for joining us. So let's talk about what do you guys, and Gray, we'll go with you first, and then Marco, I'll ask you too. What do you think the jury thinks of direct with Hank Brennan for Dr. Welchure? Do you think they bought the story?
Oh man, it's hard to judge. And I think the way Hank did it was strategic because he talked about the text stream, which was like, numbers, whatever. And then he jumped to the sciencey stuff in the driveway and then went back to stuff about the collision and kind of used that bridge to maybe obfuscate the fact that there is like no connecting line between the text stream data and the so-called collision experiments. But I don't know. I think things like really went downhill when he dressed up as John and started bumping himself with the car.
I think that's when I about lost it too. And I was like, he's like literally leaning into the car. And
he was like rolling on it.
So part of the scientific method, I've never seen where you need to like reenact a pedestrian crash or a hit from a vehicle that you have to dress in the same clothes the victim wore.
Yeah.
To make it authentic, but not measure the length of John's arm versus the length of your arm, the length of your torso versus the length of John's torso. I don't understand how that wouldn't matter in any form of actual reenactment with a human being, because if I was to do it with a dummy, I would have to make sure that the measurements of my victim match the measurements of my dummy. Well, I mean, he is a dummy, so I guess he did do it.
Yeah.
So. But I don't. So why dress in the same clothing?
It's so weird. The details he chose to focus on getting like the details right. Like, yeah, we looked up exactly the brand of all the things. We asked the waterfall what manufacturer they get their glasses from and got that same kind of glass. But then
doesn't break the glass at all anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So he just
But
wanted to
then
see if he
he's
was
like-
able to hold a glass that the waterfall or bought from a manufacturer in the same hand that John
Mhm.
O'Keefe would have held it in,
Mhm.
but not do anything with it, just to play
Yeah.
the part like an actor.
Yeah. And then, but like, he's like, yeah, I didn't bother to test for if I was on the ground versus if I was on a berm, but at least I was wearing the same shoes. Like, what?
Hmm.
Like, you should test all of these options instead of just finding the one that works and being like, see?
So
He's like, well, we didn't have enough information. I'm like, okay, so you don't have information. So what you do is you come up with a logical sort of range of information. Like, okay, he could have been somewhere between here and here. The car could have been going somewhere between these velocities. And then you can calculate like a bunch of like forces, a bunch of different things using those different ranges of data and make like plots basically and see like, okay, does anywhere on this plot show like the correct amount of force to do this thing?
So like, okay, so I see where you're going with like plot, like putting it like on a plot graph and pointing out like, okay, if the car is angled here and John is here, these injuries could not happen. If John is here and the car is here, these injuries could happen in this fashion. If John is here, the car is here, this could not happen. And like moving the like a plot graph and just moving each piece to show like, okay, this is what we did, and then now we'll break down. This was hypothesis A. This is what we did to prove this could not happen. This is what we proved. This is what we did to prove that this could happen, like so on and so forth. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, partly. And also, like for the parts that are just calculations, like he was like, oh, well, we couldn't do the force calculation because we didn't know what the actual speed was. Like there's an equation for force as a function of speed. So if you make like basically a list of speed values that could be reasonable, then you can create a list of force values that could also be reasonable and then put it on like a graph that's like speed versus like on the x-axis what speed you're going, and then on the y-axis what force it would generate, and then see where at what speed you get the amount of force it would take to break the tail light. And you can account for angles in these things. Literally, like the simple way to do it is like if you're coming in at this angle, you can do like just put a cosine on your equation of that angle with a little trigonometry, and like that at least approximates it. Like you can try.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I'm coming up with better ways to approximate this mathematically and like with physics than this guy did. Like I feel like I've put more thought into it than he has.
I don't really think he used physics at all.
No, where the fuck did 8 miles per hour come from?
I feel like he just looked at data from one place, looked at data from another place, and tried to make that data match this data, and then dress as John to lean into the car to show that it works. Like that's like literally the simplest terms of how I feel like this guy did.
Yeah, and he picked some paper from 1979 to look at the skull stuff. And I'm like, you know how many papers have been written since 1979 that are better?
Yeah,
Probably.
back in 1979, Pluto was still a fucking planet.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, like science
It changes.
And you should look for, and also like the best thing to do would be like to look for a modern study that's like a meta study where they look at a bunch of previous studies and combine the results. Like those are the kinds of things that give you the best and most accurate analyses.
All right, Marco, what do you think the jury's feeling about Dr. Welchure? Just through direct with Brennan, do you think they were able to get out their points and convince the jury that John O'Keefe was hit by Karen Reed's car?
I think that they are going to have a option, right? They're going to say, yes, their side of the story can be a side of the story. But I don't know how anybody with a half a mind looks at that and has any sort of conclusive idea that it would be murder. I think it gives them an opportunity to say maybe she accidentally did it. Maybe there's a possibility that his hand was in such a way that he gets scraped up like that. But there was a moment, and I don't know if it was on direct or if it was if it wasn't, but where Welchure mentions if the tail light was broken by a glass being thrown at him, and I don't know if that was during the voir dire or where they were talking about that, and then they didn't extrapolate on that because I don't see how you get those marks being that tall, getting hit by. You'd have to be going at a slow rate of speed, and I'm no physicist, but you'd have to be going at a slow rate of speed to create the shards of glass that would cause those in your arm. And I think the jury's going to look at that and say that they're reaching and that they're kind of putting things together to fit their narrative. And then they're going to wait patiently for the defense to say what their side of the story is. I think that Welchure became more of a key witness for the defense than it did for the prosecution, based on even the way they were, direct questioning him.
Really? So you think he ended up being beneficial for the defense?
Yeah.
Simply because of his poor attitude, or because of the actual information, or I should say lack of information and lack of actually using physics?
The lack of confidence, the lack of information, and the complete kind of the way that whole company kind of seems to be, a bunch of crack job investigators. so because I get it. They're I don't know. I get it that you bring these types of companies in to do these types of things, but man, he looked like he put that PowerPoint together over the weekend. He looked and he was updating it.
Marco, he was changing it every day.
That's ridiculous. So the jury has to look at that like, hey, if the defense is they're collaborating and it's a conspiracy against this woman, like he's kind of fitting that mold of, let me put this information in the way it needs to go to not to be unbiased. Nothing from anything that he said showed any sort of unbiased research. It was all, even to the clothing. I get it if you need to say, okay, well, was he wearing a jacket and is it going to be to look exactly that way, and then to paint your arm that, which doesn't even match. The arm paint doesn't even match the autopsy photos. So it's just
right. It doesn't cover the same amount of space.
Yeah. So
and what do you guys think of the fact that the scratches on John's arm are all going the same direction? But if John's arm is bent, why aren't some vertical and some horizontal where it's bent at?
Yeah, it just doesn't. It just proves that didn't happen. It just looks like that's not the case. Like, and I don't know why they would. I don't know why the state is so hung up and behind that. It doesn't. I wouldn't have brought it up, even if I did think that she was guilty. If I wasn't on Team Free Karen Reed, if I'm looking at that and I'm trying to piece this together, I can't say that we can make this look like this happened this way. We'd have to find something else. We got to do something else. But that's the only way they can account for those dog bites. I mean, those scratches on the dog to bring the case up.
Okay, Gray Space, I'm hearing that you have some graphics. Is there? Do you want to?
I do have at least a couple of. I have one that is.
Is it an actual graphic or is it a Welchure graphic?
It's an actual graphic. I mean, it's a plot.
It's a plot. If you want to share your screen, I'll put it up. Or if you don't have your screen where you can share it, then you can send it to me and I'll put it up. Whatever you want to do.
I'm giving StreamYard permission.
Oh, okay, Marco. Thank you for popping up.
Right on, guys. Take care. Talk to you later.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you being here.
Oh, I see.
ABR.
Okay. me
There you go.
see.
It's loading it. Okay. You may have to make it bigger.
Yes,
I don't have Yanetti's readers, so.
yeah. I mean, so it's mostly, this is my
Ooh.
issues with the text stream data, where I made this graph that this is like the 10 seconds of data with time on the x-axis. And so this was, I made this before Welcher's testimony, so it was more ranting about Trooper Paul's explanation.
Okay.
But it is also useful because Welcher went and did it the way that I did it, and then, you know, discarded Trooper Paul's explanation, but was happy to keep his interpretation that this, you know, trigger event had something to do with a collision.
Okay, so first thing first, then, in your opinion, do you think 1162 is the trigger where John would have hit, or Karen would have hit John if Karen hit John? Do you agree with the analysis that that would even be the right trigger to be looking at 1162?
I mean, I think it does make sense because it would be a pretty big coincidence for there to be another key cycle time where, you know, we know the time the car started and the time relative to that there was a 3-point turn. And it would be a coincidence, a pretty big coincidence for that to happen another time.
So what are your thoughts on the video then from outside of her parents' house, where he is essentially doing a 3-point turn, pulls onto the tow truck, doesn't align correctly, so he has to back up at a high rate of speed and then get back on the tow truck? Have you seen that video?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
I honest now.
Yeah,
So
well, my issue with that is like the 3-point turn and the backup event are 8 minutes apart. And that video is only a few minutes long.
This is what we were talking about the other day. So that my thought process can't be accurate because of the distance in time. So then it goes to 1162 being more accurate than I believe it is.
Yeah, I thought that it wasn't accurate and it couldn't be, but now, I mean, it honestly does kind of make sense for Trooper Paul to have been wrong about which key cycle his testing was. And Alessi, I did see, tried to get into it because he was saying, like, do you know that Trooper Paul said that from 1164 on, it was in the Sally port, but then Bev wouldn't let him do it.
He actually did say that 1162 would have been when it was in Massachusetts State Police custody. But then it kind of ended there. And then his argument was that was well established last trial. I don't know that I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Like they might have thought they established it really well, but like they didn't go through, okay, this trigger or this key cycle is this trip. This key cycle is this trip. So I don't think that it was as clear as he basically tried to say that it was. But I agree with you that can't be, like, if the number of, like, if the elapsed time is correct, then there's not enough time that passes in that tow truck video.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if the car was on for a longer period of time, the two events happened separately. My thing is couldn't it just be that there is a trigger, but that's not necessarily her hitting John? I mean, they can't say that it was her hitting John.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there could be a trigger, and it could have been, honestly, I don't know.
Like, I don't know why it would do a trigger just for a 3-point turn.
Yeah, because also there was, I mean, it seems like it's sensitive enough to do a trigger for a 3-point turn. So like obviously the triggers happen somewhat often, but I'm sure she's done a 3-point turn more than 30 times in the past 8 months or whatever.
So, okay, so if 1164, which is what Trooper Paul says, and I know we'll get back to your graph because it's beautiful, number one, which I always like pretty visuals. But 1164 is Trooper Paul. Then 1163.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying.
Like, how are we missing key cycles? How is the car not recording key cycles?
Well, the explanation.
Sallyport. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean,
The explanation would be that Trooper Paul was wrong and his testing was 1167, which is, I believe, basically what they're asserting here. And so in that case, 1166 is pulling into the Sallyport, 65 is being put on the tow truck, 64 is them driving to Dighton, 63 is the morning, and 62 is the night.
Yeah, but you have to look at his miles too.
Yeah, and the miles supports that as well, because
what's the miles in the photo?
You have to pull up the old one. I don't remember seeing it in the other ones.
Somewhere.
Yeah, it's in the other exhibit. It's
I want to say 591 is Trooper Paul's stuff, but that might be something else.
I think it is 591. Because I know 591 through 596 are all. But the 36 miles is between cycles 1162 and 1164. And we don't have any triggers for 1163, so we don't know what the mileage was there.
But we have the miles from her car when he starts doing the testing.
Correct.
Yeah. But we have the miles for all of the key cycles, 62, 64, 65, and 67. And 62, it's I believe 12,629. And at 64, it's 12,665, I think. I'm pretty sure I have those numbers memorized at this point, which is like 36 miles happens between 62 and 64, which would track with her driving to Dighton at during actually. Well, we should have multiple sets of miles during 64 because there's a bunch of triggers.
Right.
Like, how can I find the photo of the mileage?
I can find it.
It's in his chart. It's in that chart that we got yesterday.
But they took a photo of the mileage with him in the car.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I think that was about the same as whatever it showed in the text stream.
Well, but in his report, the mileage from being in the car when he starts doing testing, he says is key cycle 1164.
Yes, and that starts at the mileage is 12,665.
Right. So I just wanted to compare it to the photo to see if that's right, because if that matches that key cycle, then he can't be saying then his testing has to be 1164.
It doesn't.
So from 1162 to 1164. So essentially 1163, and then
I did actually have a different idea that might make sense. It's possible that 1162 is in the morning at 5 a.m. because we know she was out for a while.
Well, why didn't that create a trigger? Like,
well,
if you tap something, you're going to slam the brakes, right? I mean,
no. So not from that. Not from the tapping the traverse, but we know there was a period of time where Karen is somewhat unaccounted for between 5:18 and 5:30 something.
Or she's driving around Waterfall.
Or she's driving around erratically.
Right.
And she's freaking out. And we don't know what exactly is happening during that time. She makes a bunch of calls to John during that time.
Yeah, she could have been pulled over too.
And so she, could have at some point done some kind of reversing maneuver
Oh, for sure.
and also a 3-point turn.
But I guess my point is if the photo of the mileage in the car when Trooper Paul is in there about to start his,
I'm getting that for you now, Teresa.
I can't find that photo. If it is actually 12,665, then that goes to Paul's thought process that mileage matches this key cycle. So therefore, this key cycle is when I'm doing the testing. You understand what I mean? Like, how would it not?
You know what's weird? I feel like I have a bunch of photos of the car, including Exhibit 597, where it's letting it know that the door is open. It's a picture of the dashboard, but there's no.
Right, I have that one. Like, where the hell's the one with the mileage?
I thought I saw it. I'm really not missing many from the first trial, so I don't know where it would be. These are all in order. Also, are you going to tell me that the 360 camera, actually my mom's new car has that and it's pretty cool. But the backup camera and the 360 camera, you're going to tell me that doesn't record data for like a day, even if it keeps it for one day? Because I mean, it was towed that day, so.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I
how's
I don't know. It's so weird. And you'd think if the backup system detected something, that would be some kind of data point that would appear.
Oh, I have an idea.
Infotainment, maybe.
I'll look at the tow report. I bet you that has a mileage on it. And that would have been, I'm assuming, before they left the driveway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm just going to drag this image into this document we have up.
Wait, it doesn't have it. It doesn't. Why wouldn't it have the mileage?
No, she went out. So she left John's house, Indiana girl, went and drove around. Says she went to like Waterfall, CF McCarthy's, because originally she thought that she left John at Waterfall. So she was supposedly driving around to see if he had started walking home. So she was walking that path or driving that path that he would have walked. Then she gets on the phone with Jen again and goes to Jen's house. But she's supposed to be going to meet Carrie, which is also just another side thing that's really weird on why these women are waiting in their own vehicles or driving or Carrie's waiting in her own vehicle, already started it, when she's supposedly supposed to drive Karen.
I don't think that was going to happen. I think that was a lie.
I think it was all a lie. I do. It doesn't make any sense. You shouldn't be driving, Karen. You're probably still drunk.
So drive to me.
Drive to me and I will drive you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what time would that be? That would have been like, when did she call Carrie?
She called Carrie the first time at like 5. But there's another time.
She called her at exactly 5 o'clock, apparently.
I don't know if it was exactly 5 o'clock. Well, I guess it was around 5 o'clock. Because we only know it from testimony, right? Not from records.
Then she called. Well, we have Karen's phone records. Carrie calls John at 5:16. Where is Carrie's call? Or where is Jen's call to Carrie? Like, why would that not be?
Did Jen call Carrie?
What? You talk about later in the day?
Oh, no, I meant to say Karen's. Where is Karen's call to Carrie? Like, why? I have her.
Do you have her call records ever been entered into evidence?
Whose?
Karen's.
Yes. And I haven't looked at the stuff from yesterday like too closely, but I know that they were in there yesterday as well.
Yeah. The other reason.
Oh, here we go. So she called Carrie. 12:39. Sorry, it's like in the middle. 1 a.m. She called. Okay. Karen called. John all the way through till. So the first person that she calls that's like not John is Mike Camerano.
Mm-hmm.
And that is at 4:46:41 a.m. Well, or 4:47:19. I don't know why there's two here unless they're both thing. So she called him 1, 2, 3, 4 times between 4:46 and 4:49. Then she called Katie Camerano at 4:49, 4:56. She called Carrie at 5 o'clock and 10 seconds a.m.
Mm-hmm.
for 28 seconds. Then she hung up with her and called Katie back again. Then called Carrie again at 5:01:18. No, I'm lying. Carrie called her at 5:01:18. And then she called Carrie back at 5:08:06. So that call at 5:08. Who did she call? I have one that's entirely redacted out. Why is this? Unless it's maybe the niece. I have two calls entirely redacted.
No
One at-
times.
One at 5:16:24, and it's a 2-minute and 37-second phone call.
Huh.
And it's an outgoing call. That's a long call, and the name is completely redacted. It doesn't even look like it's saved in her phone. It's just a phone number.
That's weird. Kaylee would be saved in her phone.
Correct. And then another one outgoing to, I don't know if it's the same number or not, but that is at 5:19:21, and it's for 24 seconds. And then when she hangs up with that person, she calls Carrie Roberts again at 5:19:51.
Yeah. And then after that, she goes to Jen's.
And Carrie doesn't answer.
She
So
calls,
if
she calls the hospital or whatever it was, wherever Camerano's wife worked.
Okay, so that could be it. She could have like Googled the number and then called it.
The hospital, I don't know why I think it's the hospital. I don't even know why I'm saying that. That's just my memory saying that it was a hospital, but I don't even know if it was.
She does work at a hospital, but she also talked to her on the phone, so I don't know. But if she woke Carrie up at 5 o'clock, then why are all these calls to Carrie not answered? Like she talked to her at 5, but then I need to put this in a spreadsheet because I know I'm just spouting this off and it's not going to make sense to anybody. But that's a long time. 2.5. I mean, 2.5 minutes is a long time.
Yeah.
It also means
Some
like,
of this.
she got a call from Carrie at 5:23:47 and it was missed. So where is the call where supposedly they're on the phone like the whole drive? Remember they said that they were on the phone the whole drive and
after she goes to Jen's.
Yeah, and it was on the Bluetooth. Carrie was talking and on the speaker.
I'm missing some of the calls that you're listing. But I do have.
If you add them in real time, I will spout them to you.
Okay.
What do you have here? Like, where are you? So
I got these from your spreadsheet.
yeah, see, I'm missing some.
Just add them to your spreadsheet, Sleuthie, and then she can just copy it right off of it.
True, I can do that. I guess I just didn't realize that she talked to.
Yeah, I was confused because I also was like, I thought that they talked on the phone with Carrie. That's why I have in here because she gets a call from Jen McCabe at this time, and they talk at 5:32. And then I think right after that is when Jen comes outside, and they said that they were talking
Right.
on speaker in the car in the driveway. But then she also calls John at 5:36. So like,
what,
and then there's no other call to Carrie or call from Carrie as far as I could see on the spreadsheet. Though I don't know if it's. I assume that the
does that say 5:36:20? Okay, yeah. So that's that one. And then there's a incoming call from Carrie. There we go. There's an eerie. There's an incoming call from Carrie at 5:37:16, and it's for 9 minutes and 11 seconds.
that's what I'm.
So 5:37:16. So that's them in the car driving to John's, I'm assuming, with Carrie on speaker. Who's Carrie Curran?
Oh, the Currans are another family that are in Canton.
Who's Bud?
That I don't know.
I don't know who Bud is.
Caitlin?
One of his friends, maybe, that she thought he was sleeping on the couch.
Oh, this is new. I didn't know she called Mrs. O'Keefe for 2 minutes at 6:37:49. Mrs. O'Keefe, I'm assuming being Peggy.
That what's her name did? That Karen did?
Yep.
Isn't that when the whole thing happens that she yells at her and says you just left him there? When she's in Carrie's car?
Yeah, but I thought Carrie said that was like a, because how would she have?
Oh, if Carrie have heard.
Exactly, because she was in Carrie's car, so
Yeah, she was in Carrie's car.
So I thought it was on Carrie's phone over the Bluetooth or something for
so
Carrie.
did I.
I thought it was Karen's.
Unless it was just really loud.
Well, or it was on speaker.
Possible. Yeah, that's also possible.
I'm old. I talk on speaker all the time. Pisses my husband off because now I'm like my parents.
There's a lot of things here that I don't like. I'm not understanding what's, and also who is Bud? Maybe it's her brother because she calls him dad.
I don't remember her brother's name.
Nathan.
It's not. It's not Bud, but maybe she calls him Bud.
Yeah, you need a whole new tab, Sleuthie.
I do need a tab. Like
timeline. I love that.
I need to put them all in the master timeline, but I do, and I have been thinking this for a while here recently, that I need a tab just for phone calls.
I think you do.
Like everyone's.
I like how Gray has it here with like for the time drift, because you get it from John's phone and you get it from Karen's phone and then whoever's phone. That it's all kind of like this. Like you can see like,
the big version. The small version is this one where I'm like, why are none of these other calls where Karen is calling John, where you could look at all of these calls that are right after they say it happened, and none of them, for some reason, none of those ones happen to show up on the infotainment system. That's weird.
Oh, Indiana Girl is right. That story, Teresa, that you're thinking of, that was when Carrie was driving both of them, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, to the hospital, and they were on the phone with Karen.
Right.
No, Karen was already, no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's how she heard both the dad and the mom.
No. Karen was already in the hospital, no?
Yes, she was already. Karen didn't get her phone taken from her.
At 6:37 in the morning.
It would have been a different call.
At 6:37 in the morning, she was not.
She wasn't in the ambulance yet. She was in Carrie's car.
Correct. But what I'm saying is the conversation that you're remembering where Mrs. O'Keefe, Peggy was like, you just left him there, and the dad was like, she's been through enough already. That was after she was already in the hospital.
No way that Mrs. O'Keefe talked to Karen Reed again after that conversation.
Well,
And then if she'd already talked to her before that, then it would make no sense for her to be having the exact same conversation. That just doesn't make sense to me.
What was happening at 6:37:49?
Somebody would have to outside of Carrie's just saying that on the stand. I that doesn't make sense to me. The timing doesn't make sense. Does Karen call Carrie?
Yeah. Wait, when? When?
Wait, I know she calls Jen.
He calls Carrie at some point.
Yeah, when are you asking me?
After 7 a.m. on.
Oh, I don't have any of that on here.
So Mrs. O'Keefe at 6:37:49. She then doesn't talk to her dad until 6:44:55 for 4 minutes and 5 seconds. That would be, I'm assuming, the phone call where she made these statements and then they decided to call for the section. Then she talks to Erin. She does call Carrie Roberts. She calls Carrie Roberts at 7:14:25 for 3 seconds. Then again at 7:14:32 for 1 minute. Then she calls Mr. O'Keefe at 7:15:47 for 5 minutes and 44 seconds.
So what conversation it was had where Mrs. O'Keefe was talking to Karen?
I think it was
called to Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct. I think it was this call to Mr. O'Keefe at 7:15:47.
What time is John pronounced dead?
7:50.
7:23 or something. 7:53.
7:50 on the dot. Well, probably with some seconds, but
yeah, 7:50. So the one at 6:37 for 2 minutes. I don't know what that was about, but I would say that when she calls Mr. O'Keefe at 7:15:47, they're likely on the way to the hospital. They're in the car with Carrie, and that's when Carrie hears this conversation. So what did she talk to what did she talk to Peggy O'Keefe about at 6:37:49?
I have no idea.
Where she's in the car with Carrie.
Well, because there's some point where Carrie has a conversation with the O'Keefes about going to pick them up.
Right.
She's on the phone with them on Saraph's dash cam.
What? Oh, Carrie, you mean?
Carrie, yeah.
I need to get. I need to get it.
I'll have to look into it more.
Yeah, I need to make a phone calls spreadsheet, and that way I can look at it all together. Oh no, am I at my maximum? Oh no, phew! I thought it wasn't gonna let me make any more. I thought tabs were
unlimited.
Yeah.
Like, is there a maximum for tabs? That's just
I would have been really upset. I didn't think there was. It just wasn't showing up right away.
Okay, so
it says Mrs. O'Keefe. And then Papa is who Mr. O'Keefe is saved under. Which is what everybody called him. Then she has her dad under dad. Correct. So that is how he figured out the key cycle, because he used the mileage, which is this was what I was getting ready to say this here. But my question is, and this is probably for gray space. Wait, don't. 1162 starts and ends at 12,629 miles, right?
Well, only those two triggers happen at that same mileage, but
correct.
But that doesn't make sense. They're 8 minutes apart.
No, but they don't. She doesn't drive a mile between those times, though. It's just from Cedar Crest to down the street.
Right.
Isn't that just the beginning mileage of the trigger?
No, that's the mileage at this trigger time. At the trigger time, not the key cycle time.
Which
that doesn't make any sense.
Well,
which means
because each of these entries is a trigger not the key cycle, right? So this
Yeah,
first one,
another-
1162, is the first trigger during that key cycle, and this is the second trigger during that key cycle.
1162 is the key cycle.
Yes, and then these are the two triggers during that key cycle, and the
Right.
mileage corresponds to when the triggers occurred.
But
That doesn't
for
that
instance,
doesn't make sense to me because if you look at every other trigger, it's the same mileage.
Well, you can also see that they're all very close in time. I think it's mostly coincidental that each of the ones are not coincidental. It's just like, so I do actually, the reason I think that, part of the reason I think that this 1164 is actually the trip to Dighton is how long into the key cycle these triggers occur. Like they're over an hour in.
true. Because they were talking about that the other day. Like, what was Trooper Paul doing for an hour and a half?
Exactly. It's not that, because they show that the car was on from like 12:30 something, or like 12:30 to after 2, because someone went and turned on the car in the ring video and like turned on the wipers and probably had the heat on and stuff like a while before they actually left Meadows. And then they did the drive, and this is probably like when they got there, there was like a bunch of snow in the driveway.
Okay, so I want to go back to your graphs that you had, if you don't mind, so we can talk.
Yeah,
so we can go through that.
graphs. I love
I find that very interesting. But let me answer this question real quick, and then hi to you guys. I know like there's a few of the just popped in and are saying hello. So hello to everybody that's just popped in. Tara asked, "Do I think that the CW proved that John was hit by Karen's car?" I struggle with this question, Tara, simply because of the information that we already know from the first trial. I don't think the Commonwealth can prove that John was hit by Karen's car. But I'm wondering how this jury feels, and I keep saying repeatedly too that like I know I have so many biases at this point that I don't know if I can give an objective opinion on what I think this jury thinks, because I think the Commonwealth is full of shit. But have they presented a case thus far? Now they've rested today, so have they presented their case in chief enough to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen hit John with her car?
I mean, in my opinion, they've barely proved enough to get past judgment of acquittal. So
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I'm just like I don't know if it's just because I feel that way now.
I mean, they really didn't say anything about the car until the last witness, and that last witness, I mean, he said a lot of stuff, but it was
Said a lot of stuff.
like probably some jurors will believe him, but I gotta hope that more jurors won't, and they'll be able to explain why it's bullshit to the ones who do.
I think putting ARCA on will help, but I don't.
Yeah.
For me, I don't think I can answer that question in all honesty. To me, no, I don't think that Karen hit John with her car. That's where I stand with the whole thing. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, he said so many times, well, we don't know how this happened. We just know that it happened. I'm like, okay, if you don't know how it happened, you don't know that it happened.
Yeah, you can't answer that question. So she's got, she has 3 charges. And then there's also the lesser included, which I could pull all those up. But I mean, she has 2nd-degree murder, which trial 1 she was allegedly acquitted on, right?
Which is crazy. 2nd-degree murder is a crazy charge for.
Yeah, 2nd-degree murder. So, but the first jury supposedly found unanimously that she was not guilty, but they didn't tell the judge, so it doesn't count. Count number 2 was where things got trickier, which was manslaughter while operating under the influence. Correct. And it was one of the lesser charges that the jury was struggling with.
Yeah.
And so that's where they actually had the hung jury.
The lesser charges to that are involuntary manslaughter and motor vehicle homicide while under the influence.
Right. So that one, can they prove that? I don't think they're proving 2nd-degree murder. I think they're really trying to, with the fact that he goes back on that, but on direct, he says that the car was going 23 point whatever miles per hour in reverse when that trigger event stops. He says that. Mm-hmm. That's what his explanation is. And then he says
it is when the trigger event stops. But also he doesn't take into account, like, he didn't even calculate, like, okay, if you have a Lexus going at 24 miles per hour, like, what's the stopping distance on that? Because you would have to go at least as much further as it would take if she hit the brakes right then and tried to stop.
And if she just ran him down, then there'd be way more injuries. And if she does this weird little side swipe where he pirouettes and lands off to the side, they don't account for any of what it would take for him to be able to do that.
No, of course not. Like, they didn't talk at all. He was just like, well, we can't. He did the same thing as Trooper Paul, literally, because Trooper Paul was like, well, if it was a side swipe, we can't do it.
I think I understood Trooper Paul better than I understand this guy, even though I think both of their info is garbage.
But he used the same fucking
idiot.
It's wild.
So then the third charge, which she was also allegedly acquitted on, that all the jurors said she was not guilty but didn't tell the judge, is leaving the scene of an incident resulting in death.
Mm-hmm.
So that was more of she did hit him, but that's not what killed him. He gets knocked out. He hits his head on this hard ground, and then dies from the head injury and hypothermia. That was kind of the
issue with that charge is she also has to know she hit him for that one.
Right. That he was injured and then it ended up causing his death. So
she consciously chose to leave him there is the last charge.
Injured, yeah.
But you still have to prove he was hit by a car.
Yeah, well, that's the issue for me. But in the first trial, at least all of the jurors seem to draw a line between her accidentally hitting him and not knowing it, and her even knowing that she accidentally hit him.
Right. Nobody believed that she hit him intentionally.
No one believed that she hit him intentionally or even knew that she hit him at all.
Right. Yeah. That's a good point. So there's essentially 6 of them at the end of the day who thought that she accidentally hit him, didn't know she hit him, and left.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of where it ended.
It was like the jury was saying
half believed it was an accident that she didn't know that she even did, and the other half said no, the car never hit.
Yes. Or basically there was 2 people who at some point were bullied into the guilty side.
Well, yeah, I think if I remember it was a 9-3. Don't quote my numbers, but then it changed to a 6-6.
Well, it started 6-6. So
what is that? You? Is that Discord?
That's Discord on Grayspace.
Blowing up on Discord.
She doesn't hear it anymore. That's what she said last night on Ruffles. She was like, I don't even hear it anymore.
I don't know what is happening. Okay.
Somebody's like, tell him this. Tell him the guy never went in the house, Grayspace. Tell him the guy never went in the house.
Exactly. Sorry, it's Hank pulling up my Discord telling me to offering me some money to shill for him.
Make sure it's a good amount.
I require at least $325,000.
Oh, if that's what that fool's getting paid, then I definitely require that.
Definitely require that. Okay, so
I require at least what Paul Gallagher made.
Oh my God.
Fucking A, no kidding. That douche nozzle. I can fucking leaf blow all kinds of shit.
Oh my God.
I make a better video of doing it too.
I'd make a way cooler video. I'd add music and everything.
Yeah.
All right, so walk us through this. Tell us what we're looking at.
Yeah. So let me see.
For anybody who joined late, Grayspace is on. She created some graphics, and she created the graphics before Welchure testified. And so it's off of Trooper Paul's info from last year. And then ironically, it's kind of what Welchure did, but not nearly as accurate or effective.
I think Welchure probably did pretty much the same thing that I did. He just explained it so badly that it was pissing me off. So in this text stream spreadsheet, Trooper Paul was relying on this row that is the vehicle speed, but the vehicle speed is not it's not a direct measurement of how fast the vehicle's going. It's measuring how much the wheels are rotating, and based on that, from knowing the size of the wheels and stuff, you can do a bunch of conversions to get to what the speed of the vehicle is. So that's actually the wheel speed. And so Trooper Paul looked at these things with the vehicle speed, which if you look at my middle graph over here, you can see that there's a bunch of like weird jumps and dips in this vehicle speed, which would be super weird if you're just like accelerating backwards smoothly. And he specifically, he literally like circled it in his exhibit, specifically attributed this decrease in speed of 0.6 miles per hour between these second to last two data points as, see, that's where she hit John, because, when you hit something, you impart some momentum onto it. And so you lose some momentum from the car, except I think it would be crazy to lose even that much speed given the like mass differential. So it was always stupid.
But
And
even
also,
how much more stupid, I guess that would be the question, is it if the theory is that she doesn't actually hit him as a direct impact. It's a side-swiped pirouette.
yeah, that's even stupider.
Yeah, so like if you're talking about like the amount that it's and I don't know all the fancy words, but if you're talking about the amount that it's decreasing in speed, and that's where she hit him, then that's even more than if it was a direct hit.
Yeah, and you can calculate like the amount of energy that would be transferred from that vehicle to the person given that decrease in speed, and it's a lot. Like you just do one half mv squared is like the kinetic energy, and it's a lot of energy.
You guys.
Yeah.
What? Sleuthie.
Does John's phone register all of Karen's missed calls?
I don't believe so.
What do you mean?
Because like as I'm typing these in,
Is there more calls from Karen than there are to John?
well, I don't know that yet, which is going to be the next thing that I do, but I'm looking at like 12:34:11, the duration's only 3 seconds. 12:34:40, it's only 5 seconds. 12:35:10, it's only 3 seconds. Next one's only 3 seconds. Next one's only 5 seconds. Next one's only 3 seconds. It's almost like somebody's hitting the fuck you button, or it's going straight to voicemail. Because the only ones that are longer than that are ones where she has left a voicemail.
Well, does the time include the ringing? Or is
Is
it,
it from Karen's phone records? Then it should include that,
Yes.
right?
It does. It includes the ringing.
or does
Because-
it just include the part where it starts being like, your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system, and that's how long it took her to like hang up?
No, from the time she clicks his name, clicks call, the timer starts.
Okay.
So like for instance, the 5 second one, it could ring one time, then go to voicemail, and that could be why it was 5 seconds. But the one just before that could have not rang at all, went straight to voicemail, hence it's being 3 seconds.
Oh, interesting.
Like it's just odd to me that these are only 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5, 3. Like that would, if it didn't go straight to voicemail, then what you would be suggesting is that she was just making these calls, letting it ring one time, and then hanging up. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
So well, we do know that his phone was registering GPS points though, right? Throughout the night, right?
Not constantly, I don't think. I think there's gaps, if I remember correctly.
That looks like, I'm trying to see if anybody else said anything, but
It's also like around that time, the like 12:38 is when Whiffen testified about like the circle that includes like most of the house.
Marina said not answered. Well, right. And then of course, Karen's phone registers it as answered, but that's because like, remember when Whiffen was like, basically, if we're looking at the person who received the call, if it says not answered, then they didn't answer. So like if I were looking at John's phone, even though hers says answered, if John's says not answered, that means she did not answer.
But then I feel like the Commonwealth would be making that argument more about Nicole Albert and Jen McCabe's calls.
Well, could it be because they don't have Nicole Albert's records?
Well, yeah, exactly. So the defense is saying, well, they say they're answered, but then.
And they can say that because even the Commonwealth doesn't have Nicole's records to say that she did or didn't answer. But you would expect them to come back and say, well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's answered. You would need the other person's records, correct?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would expect. Like I would have expected them to use Whiffen to do that.
Right, but
maybe they're just stupid.
You have John and Karen, so at least you should be able to match those two.
Yeah. We said how many seconds were Jen's calls to John? I'll have to look.
And you have Jen and Karen, so you can match those calls.
And Jen.
I just want to know if John's phone was going straight to voicemail, because that means something to me. Like,
yeah, I agree.
All of these. So at 1
or
o'clock,
if someone was like hitting the
fuck you button. Exactly.
I think that would have come up with Whiffen about the activity on John's phone if somebody was declining calls.
Oh, you know what? His records, I think, but again, I would still need to look at his records for these.
Declined would be different. Rejected would be different than missed.
Yeah, it did. His did specify rejected.
Yeah. Okay, so keep going, Gray. I want to keep going with this.
Yeah. No problem. So the bottom row the bottom row in my little chart here that I made is the acceleration, which acceleration is basically just a measure of how fast you're speeding up. So if you go from 0 to 1 mile per hour in 1 second, or if you go from 0 to 1 meter per second in 1 second, that would be an acceleration of 1 meter per second squared. If you go from 1 to 10, it would be 10 meters per second squared. So it's how much you're speeding up. And so you can calculate from the velocity data or the speed data, you can compute what the acceleration is between each data point. And the way I've done it here is anything that is above the line is speeding up and anything below is slowing down. And so there is this big sudden drop off here where it goes below 0. And that's what Trooper Paul is saying is the force being applied onto the vehicle by John's body, because there's a negative acceleration, which means there has been a force applied externally. That's the whole F equals MA thing we were talking about.
Okay, so if the car hits an arm, we would expect to see deceleration, just not at that
not detectably.
Not detectably.
Yeah. And another thing that I figured out looking at the documentation for this data, because one of the things that I'm good at as an astronomer, because there's a lot of astronomy data out there from different telescopes, and a lot of it is public, but then if you want to use it, you have to be what does this data actually mean though? So I'm really good at combing through documentation and figuring out what data actually means. It turns out this vehicle speed data is only accurate to 1 kilometer per hour or 0.6 miles per hour. And the value is always rounded down. So even if it's like I have here 7.9 kilometers per hour is recorded as 7 kilometers per hour, which adds in significant error, which made me annoyed. But this is all just ranting about Trooper Paul, really. So the other thing that we have here is this acceleration data, which acceleration is something that you can measure directly using an accelerometer, which is cool. They're cool little devices that have springs in them and measures a little weight going back and forth as forces are applied through acceleration.
I feel like you would be Dr. Wolf who wants to build a cannon, and then Jackson says you have a really cool job. Let me just tell you that.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of hands-on stuff. I could have been a person who did instrumentation if I
You're
wanted
just like, oh, there's like this really cool little device that you use. It just reminded me of that.
a little device. It's got like, well, there's different kinds, but these ones have like basically sort of a circuit inside on a spring, and it can measure the changes in the amount of electricity that flows through it as the circuit components get closer and further away from each other as the thing accelerates. But so you can get this acceleration data directly, and I have it here plotted in the orange against the acceleration data I calculated. And then from the acceleration data, if you multiply like this acceleration times the 0.5 seconds between each of these data points, you can get what the speed is. And so when I matched them up, the speed and the speed from the vehicle speed and the speed from the accelerometer were like close. So I was like, okay, the speed data can't just be made up, because you would have to know physics well enough to like
Keep it that close.
to keep it accurate.
Got you.
So, but the acceleration data you can see, or the speed from the acceleration data is a lot smoother and looks more like you would expect someone who's like constantly holding down the pedal to be, because why would you slow
You
down?
wouldn't be pumping it like off and on, off and on.
Yeah, that would be weird. Like, why would you do that?
Right. I mean,
Yeah,
unless you're
and so-
a 16-year-old learning to drive, you don't typically do that.
Yes. And the other thing is this steering signal, where he's like, see, it goes from negative to positive. It goes from negative 4.5, or it goes from 4.5 to negative 4.5 degrees, which is a truly tiny change because there's 360 degrees in a circle. So it changes by 9 degrees, which is a tiny change in the steering signal. But even more so, it's saying that he's saying like, oh, well, that's from like the tires moving or whatever, which will jerk the steering wheel. But the ratio between how much you turn the steering wheel and how much that actually turns the wheels is 14-1. So that's like less than 1 degree of turn of the wheels. So it's really stupid.
Okay, so why is the acceleration one so pointy?
The blue
I mean, it's like
acceleration
super
one?
fast, super pressure, super no pressure. Is that what I'm looking at here? I mean, it's
this acceleration one is like, the pointy one is reflecting that this speed data is like not totally accurate, and so it's making it look like the vehicle is speeding up and then slowing down and then speeding up and then slowing down and then speeding up as it's reversing.
but the speed isn't changing like that. So this would be that she's pumping the pedal or slamming on the brakes. Which one?
Good question. Because the brake's not on. Also, like, you can see the brake switch is off in the data.
Oh yeah, it is. Okay.
So there's truly no reason for it. And then Trooper Paul only looked at this decrease in speed as being weird, but not any of these other ones. It's just like very selective. And so the point is, I mean, we're not even using Trooper Paul's shit anymore, but we're still looking at this trigger event as being something significant, even though Trooper Paul just made up that it was significant. And
well, he had to find something significant, so this is just what he picked to be it.
Exactly. And
right.
So he was like, see, at least he could point to a number and be like, well, this would mean, I don't know a reason for this vehicle to have slowed down, so I'm going to say that the reason is because it hit a John O'Keefe. Whereas, yeah, but it didn't. And also that wouldn't make sense if you actually did the math about it. But like, this guy is just like, well, we know she backed up, and because she backed up, she hit him. Basically.
So Travis said, or it can be the traction control engaging the brakes on an individual wheel to stop spinning? Question
Yes,
mark.
actually, that can be part of it because one of the things that decreases the accuracy of the data is wheel lock and wheel slip, which is, I assume, what's happening here to some extent.
So that's why it's looking like there's
That's why it
this.
looks fucked up because the wheels are actually like probably slipping and or doing the locking thing, but the actual car is not slowing down when that happens. It's weird. Matthew DeSogra is first. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I know. Somebody just came in here and said that too. Dahlia Lynn did. Breaking, and now Joanna says breaking news. Defense will call Matt DeSogra.
No, don't adopt Hank's terrible habits of not pronouncing the.
You missed it earlier when I said that it was a. What did I say? It was a subscription instead of a prescription. I was like, in fairness, that's what Brennan would have called it.
No, I'm fine with. I mean, I will make fun of Brennan for saying words wrong mostly because he chose a job as a trial lawyer, and if you're going to do that, maybe learn how to pronounce words correctly.
He deserves it.
And also he deserves it because he sucks. But like the fact that he was told repeatedly how to say DeSogra's name correctly, and even like his own witness, Shannon was saying it back to him correctly as DeSogra, and he kept saying DeSorga, and I was like, the fucking disrespect on this man. Like, I want to go to Dedham and punch him in the fucking face. Like, ugh. And
Okay.
no, that's not witness intimidation, Tully.
Let me pull this up real quick. All right, Gray, I'm gonna take your thing down.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna show this.
I'm done with my ranting about how Trooper Paul was stupid.
It was beautiful. I thank you for it. Thank you for coming up and doing it. You don't have to go anywhere. Just stay where you are, and you can read about all the things you want to. Is it this article that I want to bring up? I think it might be. No, I don't think it is. Hold on. Let me find it. So DeSogra is the one who he's going to testify that about John's phone and the infotainment system and how not the infotainment. See, I don't know why I do that to myself. John's phone is still active after the text stream data isn't. That's not probably the simplest way I can explain who he is. But let me find the right article.
It's going to talk about how Man Shannon is stupid.
Oh, Man Shannon is an idiot. Yeah.
Honestly, it was like, I find it so weird that Hank basically had Burgess go through the entire defense expert's slides and just like point out what's wrong about the slides. I was like, this is weird.
If you guys watched when Man Shannon was testifying, Alessi talked to him a lot about DeSogra's report and how Burgess, Man Shannon, wanted to keep saying that the reason he had to change stuff was because DeSogra was wrong.
Yeah, which is stupid.
I'm trying to find the right one about him.
About which person? About DeSogra?
About DeSogra. There was an article about him when they put him on the witness list. There was an article that was out about him that I had read that it was a good article, and now I can't find it. I mean, that was months ago. So
he seems cool. Someone on Reddit found a video he had done talking about EDR data.
Well, it can't be this one because this one wants me to have a subscription. Have a prescription. All right, let me see. I thought it was the local news station. But it was back when they put him on the witness list. So it was before trial. It's a tech and car event data expert. Turtle Boy has it up, but this wasn't the article I was referring to. But we can see what Turtle Boy had to say about it. This would have been right around the same time that article came out, so maybe he's got it. Stupid mouse. The Commonwealth filed a motion. And I did. No, I put batteries in it the other day. I think it might just be my mouse. In the Karen Reed case, announcing that they hired a new expert named Shannon Burgess, who claims that he can prove where Karen was and when at the time she allegedly traveled 24.2 miles per hour in reverse and hit John O'Keefe with her car. Burgess claims that in the last trial there was significant data that was not acquired during the chip-off. Okay, so that's about man Shannon. Oh, Sleuthie, can you pull up the stuff on Welchure to talk about before we go to the other stream?
What?
Do you know what I'm talking about? The cat posted.
Oh, why can't
that stuff was spicy.
Yeah. That's not the right one. This might not be helpful. Anyway, that's who he was. There was a really good article written about him. If I can find it, I'll show it to you guys tomorrow, or even if we're on the later stream today. It was just a good article that explained like what he's done in his career and why he's going to be the defense expert. Here's his CV. Hopefully it's accurate. Yeah, that's Shannon has a community college degree in computer networking. Claims that he solves mysteries and was once featured on a YouTube channel with 28 viewers. Turtle.
Honestly, Shannon's LinkedIn profile before it was taken down was extremely cringe, so it's probably a good thing that he took it down.
I just don't even know. How much do you think that having Man Shannon on the stand before Welchure helped or hurt the Commonwealth?
It couldn't have been good.
Like, I mean, for like on the outside, we're looking at it going like, fucking Welchure, we don't believe anything you say. You employ this fucking guy who lied, or you guys lied for him. Either way, you suck.
I mean, I think that probably contributed to, like, if you already are poised to think of him as someone potentially shady, and then he starts acting like this, you know.
Travis said he worked on a case where they needed to determine if soft foam could have caused cracks in leading edge of shuttle Columbia. Okay, I worked on a case where they needed to determine if soft foam could have caused cracks in leading edge of shuttle Columbia. From high-speed cameras, they could determine size and mass of foam piece. The speed was plus or minus 3 miles per hour. What do you think of that, Gray Space? That comment was more for you. Travis is showing off stuff that he knows like you do.
No, I mean, high-speed cameras are cool. I did the research I did in high school right the summer before I went to Caltech. I did a little bit of soft matter physics research where I basically tried to see how much you could stretch a certain type of rubbery substance before it would break, and I filmed it on high-speed cameras to like watch it snap.
That does sound kind of cool.
Yeah, it was pretty silly, but I was into it.
Indiana Girl said it hurt them pretty bad because you think the jury thinks that though, or just us?
I mean,
that's kind of, it's like, did the jury really put together that Welcher's using shit from Burgess and Burgess is not
well,
accurate?
yeah, because like they showed Welcher's slides on Cross, and then like, well, Welcher's slides were in DeSogra's slides, and DeSogra had stuff highlighted, and Hank was like, well, what about that? And he was like, well, or I don't remember if it was Hank or Leslie, but at some point during Cross Redirect,
Talk about Welcher.
no, with Burgess. Burgess was looking at like a screenshot of Welcher's slide that was
Yeah.
DeSogra's slide, and he was like, well, that's not my slide. Like, and then he was like, but then why is that like that? And he was like, well, because he was using the time from before I made my second report.
Jeez. Man, Shannon brought the lies. Welcher brought the finger paints. Hand in hand. Clowns. Sleuthie, do you have that by chance or no? Sleuthie doing laundry? Not talking to us instead?
Oh no. I am doing laundry and a spreadsheet, but also I said I can't get on Twitter on this one.
Oh, I didn't hear you say that. Okay, let me pull it up.
Oh yeah, I saw the Welcher, like basically defamed some guy who wrote a paper that was dunking on his paper for being bad. Except it's not defamation because it's on the stand, which is stupid. But I guess it just means it's perjury.
Okay, which one should I start with? I mean, she's got a shit ton of good stuff up here. And I'll just pull it over here and then we can talk about it. She's putting up even more stuff as we're live, and I'm not even able to read through that. Okay, so let's see. So this one was the totality of bullshit. This one was from the other day, but I think there's another one before it. Hold on. Kat, are you still in here or no? Dr. Judson Welch and everything. Karen Reed. I don't think I've even seen this one. Kat, are you busy? You want to come up and talk to us? Here, I just dropped the link for you. Perfect. That'll be easier because then you'll be able to walk me through what each one is, because I don't think I haven't gone through the Google Drives, and now I'm realizing that you're already posting more shit that I haven't even seen.
This guy fucking sucks.
Right? Hi, beautiful.
Hello. Hi, Gray. Hi, Sleuthie.
Hi.
Hi, Key. And
I
Chat.
love Kat's voice. Kat's voice is the best voice ever.
Oh, my brain has been in like so many documents.
Okay, so where should I start? Where should I start to get this in a good flow of the tomfoolery of for Welcher? Where do you want me to start at?
I mean, the the Judson Welchure everything, I mean, is just like his like stats and stuff. So it's not really that important to like bring up. They're just like how many trials he's done and stuff like that. So it's just like background. And then I found 4 of his CVs, but skip that. So I guess you just go in order, which is Welchure's smart ass deposition, where he tested officer testimony is fact. I think it's like that's it.
Okay, this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was super funny because like they're like, are you an expert in topography? Like, are you an expert in water? Like, because he's talking about like the weather and they have like a weatherman and he's trying to like be all the people. And this deposition is like just super funny because that's kind of like what he's doing here with the snow. But he basically takes whatever's in the police reports that like the police say is like after incident responders as like fact. Like they're like, have you decided that there's like a puddle that's what causes accident? He's like, well, that's what the officer said.
I can't get this big.
Horrible, honestly.
So it's just it's just like ridiculous.
It doesn't want to go bigger. Like it won't let me.
So that's all good. I mean, that one's just you're an expert in topography, roadways, civil engineering. Like he just going back and forth with the person deposing him. All right, new opinions at trial is like just the first thing I found that.
Well, hold on. This one's ironic because he does say that he's an expert in measuring roads.
Yes, he goes off the rails like on all these things. So yeah, read what you want off of it. It's like
this is I remember this one. This is the one I was laughing at because I was like, here, like, is that even like an expertise? Like, what kind of degree do you get for that? So the question was, are you an expert in topography? His answer is, I'm an expert in measuring roads and looking at slopes and angles of roads relative to accident reconstruction. Somebody's listening to me. I hear me.
Oh, that's me. Is that?
Oh, Chancey, thank you. My day has been crazy and I hate to be this person, but why is there no testimony? What did I miss? Love you all so much. The Commonwealth rested. So we already, if you rewind, we listened to the rest of Cross, redirect, recross, and then the Commonwealth rested and Bev sent the jury home to deal with stuff with the state and or with the Commonwealth and the defense. And then they'll be back for a full day tomorrow and the defense is starting their case in chief. So we're going to finish here. And then this afternoon, we're going to do the Bryans, the mendacity of the Bryans. Okay. So right now we're just talking about, Welchure and his tomfoolery.
Yeah. It seems like he sucks. It's my again asked.
He obviously this is a history, so this isn't an Alessi thing at all, because the question is asked again: are you an expert in topography? And his answer is relative to accident reconstruction. Yes.
That's not how that works. Stop it.
So then, so the question from the attorney is: so there's some subset of topography in which you consider yourself to be an expert. And he says, I don't know if everyone considers that, but in terms of determining roadway slopes, I do consider myself to be an expert in determining that. Yet he takes none of that into consideration when it comes to Karen Reed's case.
Yeah.
He's
like, don't worry about the berm or nothing. Don't worry about the curve of the road.
Yeah. Oh, the car could be higher. The car could be higher. John could be higher. John could be on his tippy toes. And then so he said, inside
the fucking house.
Exactly. So then the attorney asked, what classes have you taken at an academic institution in determining roadway slopes? I don't know who the attorney is, but I fucking love them.
I love this attorney. This is a vibe.
Yeah, and then his answer is I mean it's really fundamental and basic structure. So in terms of scanning, I've taken classes in using like Faro scanners to obtain the measurements. In terms of the, a basic understanding of physics about, water goes to the lowest point and goes downhill.
Stop
Which I
it.
guess that water is subject to gravity, goes downhill. I
Stop.
probably, every engineering class I have had deals with that. Remember, the question was, what classes have you taken to determine that you were an expert in roadway slopes?
He's like, well, I know how to look at a road, and also I know how water works.
I know how water works, and I know gravity, so therefore I am a fucking expert. Man, I could testify. Whoop, whoop.
Oh my God.
Give me the
When
375
Alessi was
or-
asking him about his test, and he was like, well, I mean, I applied principles of physics during that test because, like, the car, whatever, and like gravity. I'm like, there's no gravity involved in you bumping yourself with a Lexus and then rolling on it. Shut the fuck up. Seems like he goes back to gravity every time.
He does. He really likes gravity. He's like, physics, gravity.
Stop it. I hate him.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. There was another one in this bunch. Kat, do you remember which one it is? Because there was another one in this bunch that was stupid like that.
There's so if you disregard much of the evidence, including many of the officers' depositions, that is a theoretical possibility that it's just not consistent with the totality of the evidence. And he's asked which officer said that it was flooded. And I think, says there was a collision occurred and was wet from the rain and had a large pulled cutter covering the roadway. I think it's puddle. He came into contact with a large puddle and lost control of the vehicle, causing him to swerve into oncoming traffic. And the guy's like, I just need a name. Like, who said that?
Yeah. What officer actually told you the roadway was flooded?
Yeah, which specific officer said that? Oh, and then he goes into civil engineering. Are you an expert in civil engineering?
Where's that one? I think that's the next one.
I haven't read this since his latest testimony, so it's like super funny now that like he's gone into like this.
Are you an expert in civil engineering? His answer, probably no.
What do you mean? I think you would know if you were.
The way you asked the question, I probably know the way you asked the question. Do you consider yourself an expert in the field of civil engineering? Probably no. Based on how you asked the question. How else is he supposed to ask the fucking question?
I hate him.
I don't know how that anybody thinks that this guy would be professional enough to put on the stand. On either side. He's like, I don't have a dog in the fight, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you obviously do. But he's so unprofessional.
Oh, do you have any degrees in civil engineering? I don't. Have you ever testified as an expert in the flow of water? But he goes, relative to roadways, probably, maybe once or twice.
Well, it's like, well, he maybe once or twice went backwards 24 miles per hour in the dark, in the snow, when he was skiing sometime. No, the fuck you didn't.
No, but he wants to cover all of his bases in case the defense had somebody come forward and say, there was one time when we were 17 and we were in the snow and he definitely drove backwards 24 miles an hour. And then it's like, you're impeached. He's like so worried about being like a Mark Furman.
Ugh.
Where was the other one? Hold on. In this case, you're offering opinions as to the flow of water across particular terrain. And he's like, no. It's like, you just said you're an expert in the flow of water on roadways. You already said you were. Let me go to the next one. This is so hard to see on here because I can't get it to be bigger. Dr. Welchure, did Mr. Roberts, the defense meteorologist, testify that the rainfall in that area was 3/16 of an inch? He's like, yeah, that sounds familiar. I'm trying to find it in his deposition. He can't rely on anything to do with his memory. He has to be able to read. Are you offering an opinion as to the size of the puddle that Mr. Perez allegedly hit? Like, how does this attorney even keep a straight face while asking this question? And so his answer is, I'm offering an opinion that based on the officer's description of where the puddle was relative to the area of the impact, how much water and how that would be represented on the roadway. So the question is, how much water was in that puddle? Mr. Welcher, how much water was in the puddle? You expert on puddles? I'm talking, his answer is, I'm talking about in terms of dimensions of it, not volume of it. Okay, so how wide was the puddle? This is the part that I was talking about that I was like, this is fucking hilarious. He's like, I'm not talking about the volume, sir. I'm talking about the dimensions. He's like, okay, fine, we'll talk about the dimensions then. How wide is it? Oh, he says, depending on how the officers described it, it's as wide as shown. You got to go to my PowerPoint presentation on slide 19.
No. Oh. Oh. When you talk about the arm, he's like, so what would it look like? It would look like that.
It would look like that. Oh shit, this guy's such a douche nozzle. He says, they saw from the puddle of how wide the puddle was upon the height and the physics of the water. This is the other one. I need so the answer is, okay, let me go to the question so you know what I'm talking about. The question is, are you relying upon their explanation as to what they saw to form the basis of how wide the puddle was? His answer is yes. I need the description of where they saw the start of the puddle, and then based upon that height and the physics of the water, that would dictate the size of the puddle.
No,
it's the physics of the water, Gray Space.
the physics of the water.
The physics of the water. So yeah, upon the height and the physics of the water, I can determine the width of the water.
The height
of the width of the puddle. Is there an equation for that, Gray Space? There's got to be an equation for that, right?
I mean, no. Not, I mean, like.
So the next question from the attorney is, are you an expert in the physics of water?
I mean, I do know that mechanical engineering majors have to take a lot of fluid dynamics classes, but like, you could just say that.
You wouldn't say physics of water, would you?
No, that would be fucking crazy. You say hydrodynamics, like, hello, what?
So are you an expert in physics of water? And then his response is, I think within the confines of this, I'm going to say yes.
The physics of water, isn't that movie with the fish?
So it's become crystal clear why Welcher's dead. He's just like, son, you are not cut out for this. You should not do this job. No. This is not for you. Oh gosh. Okay, hold on. Let me go. I think that was the last one on that one. I think that was the last one on that tweet. Okay. Kat, tell me the next one.
The next one is just the one like above it, and he basically goes off and like gives his explanation of the causal of the medical cause of the injury, but it's also like a new opinion, so it's like a double whammy. And they like put 3 layers of protection, the lawyers say, on like him not giving that opinion, and then he just does it anyway. And then I guess, oh my gosh, this one's funny. The one above that now that says that one was just simple not really that like funny, but then they start to get really funny again.
What?
Which is
Not
the
this one. Go to this one.
above that one. No,
I am
other one.
dying. This doctor is hysterical. It's got to be
Yeah,
this.
that one.
I don't know if I've read
That's
this
it.
one.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
I have.
it.
See, why is this one so big? That's so weird. Okay. This one you guys can see fine.
Because of the dimensions. It's
Are you
wider.
an,
So it
are you
goes
an
down.
expert in the physics of paper?
This isn't paper, it's a screen.
So are you saying that you're an expert in the physics of screens?
I mean, in reference to this particular question.
I'm going to have to say yes. Okay, so the next misstatement in response, the respondent's brief appears on page 9, wherein it is unequivocally stated that Mr. Singh evaluated the same photographic evidence later examined by Dr. Welchure. This is false. Mr. Singh relied on photographs of the accident vehicles, but Dr. Welchure referred to photographs of other vehicles.
Just other ones.
Just other vehicles. It's kind of like how he did with the guy who was hit by the car. He's like, this guy was hit by a car, therefore John O'Keefe was hit by a car, which he had failed to produce at his deposition, in which he used to reach a conclusion that there was insignificant damage to plaintiff's vehicle in this accident. Dr. Welcher's testimony was replete with references to vehicles not involved in the accident, with photographs which were never produced prior to the trial. Sounds so familiar. The respondent next argues that Dr. Welchure relied upon photographs of the vehicles involved in the accident in reaching his conclusions. However, what Dr. Welchure did was use photographs of vehicles not involved in the accident to illustrate his point. And he had completely failed during deposition to produce and rely upon these photographs in direct defiance to a notice to produce. In other words, Dr. Welchure used photographs of other vehicles not produced at deposition to illustrate his point, and there was no significant damage to the plaintiff's vehicle in the present case, even though Mr. Singh testified that much of the damage to the plaintiff's vehicle was underneath the vehicle and not easily visible to the casual observer.
Oh boy.
You got to be kidding me. What is this guy a fucking joke?
Seems like a joke.
Yep. The one above this is pretty funny because I noticed it with Burgess, like where he had that microwave like analogy that really doesn't make sense when you're talking about the clocks. He's like, the clocks are different on your microwave and your phone.
Oh yeah.
So,
No, I
so
fucking
he
set my
uses
microwave
all of
clock.
these other random analogies that are just insane.
Okay, so this one is in the deposition. This is during deposition. So they may have positive findings. I'm not disputing or commenting on whatever examinations there are, but when you're casually associating that with a particular exposure to a force, and then force, structural failure, that is engineering.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that one more time for you, Gray. I knew you were gonna need help with that one because that's a tough one.
All right.
when you're casually associating that with a particular exposure to a force, structural failure, that is engineering. Put that shit on a plot graph.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
A force.
A force.
Two separate forces. A force, structural failure.
That's not a sentence.
Who does? But did they build a snowman? I mean, that's really like bottom line. When there was a fucking puddle, was there a snowman? I can't believe I missed that. I missed that opportunity to build a snowman with fucking Welcher's puddle. How did I miss that? Such a wasted opportunity.
Oh my god.
So it says that is not medicine. So force for structural failure, that is engineering. It is not medicine. In case you guys were confused and thought that was possibly medicine, it is not. It is not. If their basis for attributing it to an event is simply, well, Mr. Ruby told me so, he didn't have any other history, that's bad science.
Oh my God.
That's interesting. That's like you and I are staring here. You and I are staring here. I don't like the look that you're giving me, and I'm going to go tell my doctor that your evil eye caused cancer. Sorry, that logic. So by that logic, the evil eye causes cancer, and you caused cancer by looking at me.
Yes. Correct.
And that is not medicine, guys. That is not medicine. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the next one is, let me read this. Okay, let me see. So again, you have a number of things to show association. Okay, so it says, for example, if you're exposed to one flu virus, you're
like
probably,
one virus.
One virus, just one flu virus.
One virus.
You're exposed to one flu virus. For not being medicine, there's a lot of fucking medicine talk here. For example, if you're exposed to one flu virus, you're probably not going to get the flu. But if someone sneezes in your face, exposing you to millions of flu viruses, you might get the flu. That's a dose response in a disease sense.
I guess.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
It's just like the idea of talking about one single virus is so fucking funny to me for some reason.
Just one little tiny flu virus.
Just one guy.
That way. Just one little flu virus. He's just like, hey, I'm a flu virus. You're fine. Don't worry about me. Don't be scared. That's engineering, folks. That is engineering. Okay. Oh, I don't need that.
Why not? Sure, why not?
All right. The paper that made Welchure go off the rails.
Oh,
and
wait. Go above that one first. That's
go above
like
that one first.
The follow-up.
Okay, which one?
Criticism elicits perjury, rogue expert. He's right above it.
This one?
I was reading this last night.
No, that one. That one, yeah.
This one. Okay.
The shit's bananas.
BANANAS. Sorry, I just totally dated myself there. This was fostered to a very substantial degree by perjurious testimony from Judson Welchure. The defense biomechanical expert, Dr. Welchure, claimed personal knowledge and made demonstrably false claims about the authors of an article that criticized his methodology as grossly understating injuries from traumatic events by comparing them to benign activities of daily living. Wild claims were made by Dr. Welchure as facts, as is articulated below in the accompanying declaration of Dr. Michael Freeman, the author, that Dr. Welchure testified was kicked out of school for fraudulently misrepresenting his credentials. It is laid bare who the fraud is. Ooh. And it rather speaks for itself how significant and dramatic this testimony was in the course of the cross-examination, including summation by defense counsel. Oh, let's see, it went back to being fucking tiny again. Okay, hold on. The declaration of Dr. Michael Freeman offered in support of the motion for trial details the devastating blow to the legitimacy of Dr. Welchure's trial testimony in this cause. If a new trial is granted, plaintiff will retain a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist to refute testimony that was received by Dr. Welchure about the change in velocity, delta V, during the subject collision that was equated to injury potentials of ordinary ADLs. I think is what that says.
Oh yeah, his theory, I guess, like, he uses everything with ADLs, which are like daily activities that are like benign, like sitting in a chair. I think it goes
Like
into it.
brushing your teeth,
Exactly. Like
giving yourself a bath.
Yep. Like it's basically something that's kind of worked to the advantage of people that are trying to deny lawsuits or claims for like injuries, because it
But
kind of
like,
allows
you
him to say
can
like
still
you're
do
not
those
injured.
basic things. Yeah. Like you can still wash your own ass. You don't need help. You can still brush your teeth. You don't need help.
Oh, I got you. So like Burgess was kind of saying is that he does err on the side of the insurance companies because that's who hires him.
I thought I read in one of those things, and it might have been a different one, Kat, but you will know if it's yours or not. Where he basically was saying that whoever this person's injuries that I was reading about, that essentially he would have gotten those injuries. He could have gotten those injuries doing any of those things that we just mentioned, like brushing his teeth, taking a bath, going to the bathroom.
Yes, I think it's in this one or the
I think the name is like the page.
the follow up to this one.
Yeah.
Okay, let me finish this one real quick, then I'll go to the other one. It's just small, so it's harder for me to read it. Simply put, there was no basis in fact or science for Dr. Welcher's testimony. The reconstructionist element was shoddy and without, I can't even tell what that word, rigor, is what I'm assuming. Neither vehicle was inspected by Dr. Welcher or any other body shop mechanic before repairs were effected at trial. So the pretrial discovery ruling, I can't even read that. I might not be able to read this one for you guys. You'll have to probably just summarize the rest of it because I can't. Or you guys can make sure to drop your what you call it too.
Yeah, basically he tried to inspect the vehicle in another, like there's a bunch of different cases like where he like says kind of like how Hank put out those motions, was it yesterday, the day before, that was like, don't make fun of like my expert, like I want to like stop that from happening. Well, there's like a bunch that are like not to hold Welchure against not being able to inspect the vehicle physically, where like now he's trying to use that as like his like legitimacy is like being like on site and doing all that stuff. But inherently I guess lack of symmetry, not standing up to scientists, speculative, misleading premise that traumatic collisions can be equated to meaningful way to lay persons as activities of daily living, and particularly benign activities. No algorithm exists to extrapolate, interpolate, or translate physical forces, plus the element of surprise and the precise position and mindset of a person who is not a volunteer test subject or in an IRB controlled study that is not capable of a reaction or sensation. The expert testimony is junk science, basically. And then however, the most dramatic event at trial and the coup de grace during Dr. Welcher's testimony were his prevarications, I can't even read, about Dr. Freeman, and co-authors of this article. He then slandered the authors with extremely vituperative language. He claimed Dr. Freeman was kicked out of school for fraudulently misrepresenting his credentials. This was a terrible lie that spread through the community like a California forest fire. And it needs to be extinguished in a new trial. And then yeah, I guess, and then just the Yeah, basically this whole thing is just about things that he said during his testimony when they tried to bring up this article that basically calls his methodology bullshit. Which is
So he
then like,
goes. So the person who. So he talks, but he's talking about like the other expert being like kicked out of school and everything else.
He's not
Yeah,
talking
Like
about
that.
the other expert exactly.
that was the
Basically-
ones that co-authored the book. Or not the book, the I guess like the study.
But how would he? I mean, he's like on the stand testifying that the other person is kicked out, or is that like deposition? It's probably deposition.
No, this is on the
No, this is
stand.
testimony.
This
So
is in
basically,
the trial. That's
this
why
guy
we're like,
has
you want a
some
new
paper-
trial.
This guy has some paper he's written or has been a part of that discusses like, here's some methodology for doing something, and he used that same
right. You can
methodology.
explain this.
He used the same methodology for this thing, this case, and then someone else wrote another paper that was like a call out or like a response paper to the original one, being like, this is not correct, and here are the reasons why. Defense tried to use that paper as impeachment, and he said that the author of that paper had been like kicked out of school and was stupid and a bunch of other stuff.
So what happened with the case? What was the outcome?
I haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, we're still going through it.
Well, no,
Okay.
I mean like this is a motion. Like I haven't like gone like full force into the rest of this case.
Yeah, when is this from? Has this been
I think
decided
it's
upon?
2021.
Okay, so it would have been decided upon already.
Yeah, I kind of like went into like a.
You
Like
went
I
in
have
deep
so many
rabbit hole here.
tabs open and like things that like I can't even. It takes me like an hour just to even find the thing that I was like looking at, like because there's just so much shit on my computer.
That's like how I live my life every day, and then I'm just like, I quit.
Yeah.
So bottom line says that it could not have anticipated that Dr. Welcher would actually lie so broadly about something as serious and material as criticisms about his methods. That it suggests consciousness of guilt, and he lied because his methods are indefensible.
Honestly, even if this is, the motion from the defense or the plaintiffs rather, I believe it.
After watching his testimony here, I absolutely believe it.
It's super funny.
So
The
is there
next
another
is the
one?
paper. Well, this is the paper. And Gray, you could probably explain this way better than I can. Because I started delving into like what his whole methodology was too at a certain point, and like
Oh man.
nothing makes sense. Like I could see it up to a point, but yeah, you go for it.
Let's see. I'm looking at it on my phone so I can zoom in.
So wait, this is his peer-reviewed like article, or that's what it looks
This
like.
is the one that's talking about his methodology as being flawed in junk science that he went off the rails about at the trial that we just read. So they bring this up, and that's what makes him like go like rogue on the stand.
Oh. Okay, tell me about it.
Gray, you want to go for it?
Well, I would have to read it.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought
I'd looked at it a little bit, but
don't trip. So like basically they're talking about how his methodology is flawed, and it's not like he talks about the forces encountered when walking or running or sitting in a chair or head nodding and sneezing, and then correlates that to like being in an accident and the force needed to like cause injuries, it's pretty silly. And then it just goes on to talk about how like this is lacking a valid scientific basis, and like the gatekeeper function of the courts needs to like make this inadmissible because this is junk science. Like he'll say like an accident, like, is this amount of force like sitting in this position, like however the person got in the accident? And then he'll like correlate that. Well, like, well, that's equal to like, you know, nodding your head 3 times like a year or something. And then I'll be like, so they obviously like the person's not injured because they've been, you know, nodding their head fine all year and walking around. And so those would give you the same amount of like pressures to give you injury that the accident did. Therefore, like you already had these. If that makes sense.
I see. But that's dumb.
So the question would be, is he an expert in head nodding?
Pretty much. Like, but that's why they're getting away with like saying that people aren't injured in accidents, because they're like, oh, that amount of force, you get that every year from walking or sitting down. So then therefore, like you already would have this amount of
accumulated force over a year of walking, because that's not the same thing as taking a bunch of force at one time.
Yeah, exactly. And
that would be crazy.
And a lot of his research has to do with I think they're test studies instead of like actual accidents. Yeah, volunteer crash studies. So yeah, I'm not a physicist. I have no idea what's going on here, but like I've been trying to read his papers and like his CVs, and like this was like the first thing I like finally started to comprehend what exactly he was getting at. So oh, this is just one where he's asking that like it not be held against him that he didn't look at the vehicle in person.
Wait, is this the same case where he used the other vehicle to determine the damage to the vehicle in the accident, but never actually looked at? Is this all the same case?
These ones are. I don't think
from
this
attacking defense expert, man.
I don't think this one is, but it could be memorandum.
This isn't the puddle case.
Number 4. No.
Okay, so this is multiple cases where he's now shown his
yeah
ass. Okay. So the court should preclude the plaintiff and his counsel from attacking Dr. Welcher's credibility for not inspecting the plaintiff's vehicle. Because the defense counsel tried to have the vehicle inspected, Dr. Welcher had to base his opinions on other materials because plaintiff's counsel refused to produce the vehicle despite the 2-year trial continuance. The plaintiff cannot have it both ways and refuse a vehicle inspection and then attack Dr. Welcher's credibility for not inspecting the plaintiff's vehicle. Well, how did the judge not force the hand to have to either show that or not? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see. This one is, the defendants would suffer prejudice if the plaintiff and his counsel are allowed to attack Dr. Welcher's credibility for not inspecting the plaintiff's vehicle. The jury would assume that Dr. Welcher's opinions lack veracity over the opinions of the plaintiff's experts because plaintiff's experts no doubt inspected the vehicle. Defense counsel does not have unfettered access. Okay, let me see. I think there's still another one.
Sounds like the exact same argument that Hank wants to make against.
Exactly. Like I dressed up like John O'Keefe and like went to like the car and like got a car.
I like touched
and,
the
like,
car.
went to the scene, and therefore like I'm legitimate.
Mm-hmm.
And they're gonna be like, well, Arca just looked at pictures.
Yeah, Arca just looked at pictures, but yet that's okay for Welcher to do.
Yeah, correct.
We don't even know if they just looked at pictures at this point because we don't really know exactly.
They could have gone and seen the vehicle when they, I don't know, when they went up for voir dire or something. Now that they've been retained.
Yeah, like that's why I'm like, we don't actually know what they've done at this point now because there's so much new information that's going to come in with them. So a couple people were asking in chat about why not call ARCA first. So Desogra essentially is like the Burgess.
Right.
Like it's almost like a Burgess Whiffen almost combo, but more Burgess. So it's like calling Burgess before Welchure. So you're calling Desogra because that's who they were using. They weren't allowed to hire ARCA back until like the end of March. So it's almost like Desogra is Burgess calling him first, and then it seems like if they're calling him first, that would mean that ARCA is next. It also makes sense not to have ARCA on a Friday, where they'd have to pay the whole weekend, and you have to pay them out of pocket for that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Right, Desogra's who went through the data. So I think that it makes more sense that way. You have to call him first and then call ARCA. You can't just call ARCA.
Totally. I want to know what his like demeanor is like.
I mean, there's like at least one video. He did like a 2-hour long video about some EDR, heavy vehicle EDR research or something he'd done. I haven't watched much of it, but I know I saw it because Turtle Boy pulled it up for a little bit on his stream last week.
Yeah, he did. He did I can probably find that link because I had it just a little bit ago when I was looking for the article.
Yeah.
He does. He has a YouTube video where he's talking about it.
He seems cool. I mean, he's like a cute young guy, seems personable.
And this is a young
that's
jury.
like ARCA.
Yeah.
This is a young jury, so I'm thinking that's probably going to benefit. It's going to benefit with him and Wolf. Maybe not so much with Wrenchler, but you know.
I mean, yeah, I do think actually it could be, people are talking about splitting ARCA up, and I also think that could be interesting, doing an ARCA bookend, because Welchure will talk about the injuries, which could go more with the medical stuff. Or Wrenchler.
Or Wrenchler? Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it would kind of make sense if you do Desogra and
Wolf.
Wolf right off the bat, do whatever else you're going to do. And I mean, I don't even know what else they're going to do.
Yeah, because I don't know what if they like redid experiments and like videotaped them.
I mean, it seems like they did because they were like waiting for like parts they were getting delivered and like. So I'm excited to see what they did between like April and May.
Especially since like
they sent the Lexus into space like a rocket.
I mean, I think that if anyone could do it, it would be more likely to be ARCA than Aperture.
And they are like they had like an actual plausible way that the taillight could break, but at the same time, like it doesn't work because of the glass on the bumper. So it's still just like we don't know. But I liked their thinking outside the box.
I do think Hank is going to be an ass to everybody on Cross. Like people are like, oh, he won't act like that in front of the jury. My opinion, I don't think he can help himself.
Oh yeah, I think that's just personality for him.
Like he acts like a bitch on redirect because he's so mad at the defense. So how is he going to act when he's talking to the defense's experts or the defense's witnesses?
And he just says shit.
Go ahead, sorry, Kat.
Oh, I'm sorry. He just says shit. Like he like he just says things that like make no sense or not case law or anything, and he just says it. Like Bev lets it go.
I guarantee that Brennan would think that he's an expert in files.
And now you can hear him like objecting and giving like a basis, like at the front of the courtroom, like he's like objection, hearsay, like are you kidding me? Like he's like he's screaming.
Let Jackson try that and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She'd be like an umpire and be like, "You're out of here." All right. Is there any more on here that we need to look at?
Not really. Just I think today I found that he had excessive fees in a case like over like $100,000 extra, which was just entering like knowing now like what he's being paid. And then I found some linkage to he worked with Massachusetts State Police before.
Oh yeah,
in what year is this?
Because they have a Boston office, right?
It's new too. It's in Bridgewater. The Bridgewater office is being run or was opened by
this is like
Andrew
2016, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wonder if he worked with Andrew Klain when he was still at MSP in the cars unit.
I
And then
found like
hired him.
some older stuff also in Massachusetts that I need to dig deeper into. Oh yeah, but he's like Cicero, where like he does all of his own experiments, like with his own body. Like for real, like not
He's
just
like,
like not even just
I
dressing
threw
up
my
like
blood all over the
zombies.
back of the Lexus to see where it would land.
If he didn't
Right.
put his own
He's in
elbow through the
vehicle
taillight.
getting hit. Like that's his like deal. And like he does all this like amusement park stuff. And so a lot of his like metaphors are like, you know, bumper cars and stuff like that. But
Well,
yeah,
that's stupid.
yeah, there's a different case that I'm trying to pare down that's like pretty interesting that goes into all that stuff. But yeah, he's a character.
God. I just need Dr. Wolf to come in and shut this shit down.
I know. And like the rebuttal, I'm like, oh my God, what is this guy gonna just say?
What is he gonna say? Like, I can't.
Okay.
I can't with the idea that he's gonna be like, well, this is why all this testing is wrong and stupid. Like, this guy?
This guy got fired from his job when he worked at Taco Bell in college.
Oh, all right. Thank you. I gotta
No,
bounce.
Kat, thank you so much. That's what I was trying to do I was trying to, but I got sidetracked in reading it again. I was
You're all
going to
good.
go, I was going to share your Twitter because you're updating it as you're going through these older cases of Welchure. You're just updating it on Twitter, right? So
Yeah.
you guys
The
are
more
on
I'm
Twitter.
going through shit, the more I'm posting it.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you,
All right, I've shared
guys.
that. You
You
guys
guys
follow
kick
her on
butt.
Twitter. Thank you, Kat, for coming up and walking me through it.
Of course.
And then, Gray, we're going to head over to a different stream where we're going to cover the mendacity of the
Bryans.
the grab ass duo. So you're welcome to come with if you want to. I'll send you a link to that stream, or you can hang out and chat or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I'll probably hang out in chat, but this has been fun.
This has been amazing. Thank you so much for coming up and showing us all your cool stuff and talking to me about Pluto.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to talk about space things whenever.
Yeah, the forces of grab-assing. You might have something good to contribute.
Indeed. Well, if I have any thoughts that I imminently want to get out, I'll tell you to send me a link.
Perfect. Okay, sounds good. All right, you guys in chat, thank you guys for hanging out with us for day 23. This stream will take you straight over to the other stream where we're going to go over trial 1 testimony of Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. We'll see how far we get because they are kind of long. And if we have to do a part 2 at the end of a different day. I wish I had done this prior because so many people were asking like if we had covered Trooper Paul and if we had covered like, you know, other old testimony, and we just did it on the same stream. And so I couldn't really point them in the direction of where to find it. So I decided, you know, better late than never. So that's why we're doing it this way now. But this stream, as soon as it ends after the outro, it will shoot you straight over to the other stream. So you don't have to do anything. And if it doesn't, the live is already there. You can head over there before we even get there. And we will be doing Brian Albert first and then Brian Higgins. So we'll see how far we get. All right. Love you.
Bye.
See you on the other side.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. head into the unknown.